Good morning. So today, wow, I was so tired yesterday. It's ridiculous. But the stuff I was saying on camera. Yeah. 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 All right. So today, I'm gonna play some Street Fighter because sometimes people need something to help draw them in. So, I'm not the best player in the world at Street Fighter. I've been playing a hell of a lot of it though for years and years and years. So I'm a bit of a slow learner, I'll be honest. I try. So Street Fighter 6, it came out on 2nd of June. Excuse me. I need to really mute that or something. I don't know. But anyway, fucking hell. I'm just trying to be like as professional as I possibly can. Let me just roll a cigarette quickly. Hang on. I need a cigarette. It's 5:45 in the morning. I've got my cup of tea. And I thought, fuck it. Why not just record some shit and just talk some shit? If I sound like crap, I don't care. I just don't care. In fact, it's just entertainment for me because I watch it back and I'm about to piss my pants laughing. I just think it's so funny. I mean, anyone in my position would be pissing themselves laughing, right? Let's be honest. I mean, there's only one of me, right? That's just how it is. I keep forgetting the camera's up on top of my giant screen. I've got a 42-inch Asus, Zeus, is it Asus? With the bolts of lightning coming down, yeah? Okay, so we got an Asus 42-inch monitor. I paid $1.5 grand for it. I got myself an RTX 4090 PC that I built. Used to be a techie. Well, I am a techie. Although my last job involved smashing people's tech more than anything else. But working as a van driver, that was good fun. Sort of shit money though, obviously. But anyway, lucky I didn't lose my fucking license. Bloody hell. Wouldn't be driving that nice fancy car I got right now, would I? If I'd lost my license. Oh well. Never been caught. Anyway, whatever. Wow, I do talk a lot of shit. And I can't be asked to edit this. I just can't. Like, well, whatever. Anyway, I played Street Fighter 6 since I played the open beta. And the open beta weekend, I played Guile because I couldn't, I thought, fuck it, why not just go easy mode, play Guile, Sonic Boom, Sonic Boom, Sonic Boom, Flash Kick, Flash Kick, Flash Kick, Sonic Boom, Sonic Boom, Sonic Boom, Flash Kick, Flash Kick, Flash Kick, like that basically. So I thought, yeah, fuck it, why not? Let's just figure this game out. Like, what's all this Drive Rush bullshit and Drive Impact? Sounds like someone's about to have a bad car crash, right? Fucking hell. But anyway, I played Street Fighter 4 and 5, and I was alright in those games. That's okay. Started off as a Balrog player in 4. Picked up Gen about the same time. I bought an arcade machine, which is long gone by now. But I had a Naomi arcade machine, and I pissed off all my let's not go there. But Street Fighter 5, I was a Dowson player. I got pretty far up the ranks. I think my highest rank was like 1,500 in the world at one point. So I was doing okay. And now I'm doing Street Fighter 6. and I've played about 450 hours since June 2nd. So I've been playing, this game quite a bit. Kind of the same amount that most pros have, actually. If you think about people who take the game very seriously, I've played about the same amount as them. So, although they're a lot better than me, let's be honest. But anyway, I got to master rank with Dhalsim. It took me a couple of weeks to get there, I think. Maybe about 3 weeks, 4 weeks. And then I played Cammy, because I wanted to actually learn some more normal characters, because I'm just crap with I know how to play Dhalsim, I don't know how to play Cammy, which is weird, right? I mean, you'd expect it to be the other way around, but really I just, I'm just crap at close up, close quarter. Yeah. So Rushdown. Rushdown is something I really need to learn better, to be better at. But anyway, played Cammy for a bit, and then I played Luke, and I thought I really liked Luke. Seemed like a pretty cool character, but kind of difficult to get used to. And yeah, sorry, I'm still rolling this cigarette. Taking bloody ages, aren't they? Yeah, you've got a good view of my bald head there, yeah? Good, alright. So now I'm playing Rashid. And, because, he's like the beast from the east, and he's like Jesus. He's like what most people would picture Jesus to be, right? He's brown skin. So, he's from, well, I don't know, where's he supposed to be from? Is that Saudi Arabia or something like that? Or is it, yeah, anyway, whatever. Guess he didn't, well, that's the thing, they didn't have boats back in those days, did they? They didn't know how to cross the sea. So, anyway, oh shit, oh. It's just a joke, fucking hell, calm down, calm down. Did you get the joke? Maybe didn't get the joke. Don't know. Was it a joke? Well, you know what they said in the Bible? It was prophesied that there'd be great seafarers, right? The Israelites would be great seafarers. So, what we're seeing these days, we see people traveling the seas, That's just how it's been for a long time now. People like to travel across water. All kinds of people, right? So who is it then? Where are these Israelites? Who are they? I wonder. You look at how many people think it's the end of the world, right? How many people think this all this crazy stuff going on? It's like, it must be like the end of the world. When's Jesus coming back, yo? When's Jesus coming back? Is he back yet? So, oh wow, yeah. Anyway, I don't know why I'm just like looking like this. I'm just like, what the fuck? But anyway, they didn't have technology back in those days, you know what I mean? They didn't have, not like this. Know what I'm saying? But anyway, so I picked Rashid. That's the point that that's what I'm talking about here, right? I picked Rashid. Also, we also had that big tournament in Saudi Arabia where Angry Bird came second. He got down on his knees, he prayed to come first, but he actually, he came second. JP, the boss character, he stepped in and he was like, shish kebab. You want a shish kebab? Get on my spike, yo. But anyway, Angry Bird, he's obviously a very strong player, and I really enjoyed watching him at evolution. So evolution, that's what everyone says, isn't it? They say, I don't believe in Jesus, I believe in evolution. I believe in evolution, I'm a scientist, yo. I like to look down the microscope at little tiny objects and say, I'm your God. I'm your God now. You're just a little tiny little particle lying there on that petri dish. Anyway, I really need to fucking edit this out, don't I? Or do I? I don't know. Do I? Shit, I'm not too sure. Like, that's the thing. Like, I could just say, you know, all it takes is like one little, and then everyone's like, oh, how dare you can't say that. It's like, well, what did I say? Did I say something? Like, what exactly? Like, how many times does it happen to people? Like, they're just going about their day, just being them, and they're just speaking like they normally would, and then, you know, because of some new rule that's come out, it's like, oh, I didn't realise that. But oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, please don't destroy my life. Please don't crucify me. Please don't put me on that cross and nail me to it. Nah. Anyway, people are assholes, let's be honest. Maybe that's why I like playing Street Fighter so much. Never was a team player, really. No one ever wanted me on their team, so I just did my own thing, right? Don't talk to nobody. I do actually have one friend on Street Fighter 6. And he added me. That's Quiggy, the Geef player. I think he was like, well, he got to number 1 at some point in the world, I think. But anyway, I beat him in 2 matches. This is before Rashid came out, so I lost my replay data, but it was on one of his streams. But yeah, we practiced a bit. But yeah, no, I mean, do you know what I mean? Obviously that matchup is Dhalsim versus Geef, and I was playing like Super Runaway game. And yeah, so I got lucky. It was good fun, man. I was quite happy. Whatever. I have my occasional win here and there. Don't really give a shit though. We're talking about a computer game. You know, all you people, you're all like, oh, it's so godlike. You're so godlike, yo. Like, you're like God. Look, you push them buttons, yo. You're so godlike. You're so godlike. It's like, and God's looking down at you thinking, wow, you people are a bunch of assholes. Like, you really are stupid. And you were walking around being like, oh yeah, he's a killer. He's a killer. Look at him, killing all them players, yo. He killed all them players. This man, he went to the top. He got straight to the top. He's the highest of the high. You know, he's like, he's so godlike. So godlike, yo. Well, I'll tell you one thing. I do like Street Fighter. I do like it. Yeah. I might not be that good at it. I mean, I'm okay. I mean, relatively speaking, yeah, I'm actually very good compared to most. But anyway, whatever, right? But the thing is that, you know, people want to say, I'm godlike, you know, I'm a killer. Look at me kill all these players, yo. And then, you know, like God says, die. And, you know, like a whole bunch of people die. And, you know, you're basically saying that you're him. What? Are you nuts? Are you people crazy? Do you really, 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 you know, what can I say? Like, why do people say such shit? And the fighting game community is just full of it. Like, I'm playing online and it's like someone's name is Star and the next one is like above up. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Above up. Like, who the hell do you think you are? He's like, no, 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 you're down on the ground. You're like a pissant. That's what you are. God's gonna step on you tomorrow. Just remember that. You know, you're nothing. People think they're God. I mean, you know, I just think it's hilarious. Like, all these people going to Saudi Arabia. Excuse me. All these people going to Saudi Arabia. You know, and you go, what's his name? Rob TV. And he's like, punk to God, yo. Punk to God. And all those, you know, it's like, and these people are supposed to be Muslims? Really? Really? So what would Allah think of that, do you think? You comparing some guy who's just good at pushing buttons to him, saying that he's God. Doesn't that seem a little bit strange? I'm surprised the tournament guy even was, do you know what I mean? I'm surprised there wasn't some sort of uproar. But hey, you know, yeah. No, it's just an observation, really. That's all it is. Just seems a bit bizarre to me, really. But anyway, whatever. I'll drink my tea. And then we talk some more shit. Yo. Oh, I showed Speed. He had his head problems, yeah? I actually had a ear infection at the same time as him. Very painful ear infections. Blood coming out of my ears. Had to go to the doctor, which is a very rare thing. Had to take some really strong painkillers. Bloody hell. Well, yeah. I had to take some, bloody hell. It was like someone sticking a knife in my ear. It's like, oh, whoa. Excruciating pain while I'm trying to sleep. It's like I couldn't sleep. It's just like I couldn't even figure out how to lie in bed without like getting like felt like someone stuck a screwdriver into my head. Anyway, but this is the thing, right? Why would I bring that up? Why is that an important thing? Well, this is the thing. Demons. Why do these things happen? You see, the world reflects me. The world mimics me. Because the demons, the evil side of it, so you have the Holy Spirit, so let's say the good side, right? The light side of the Force, then you've got the dark side of the Force, right? And on the dark side, just like, it's like a hive mind, right? You know, if you're filled with the Holy Spirit, God orders your footsteps, you know, and that's the good side of God, right? And if you're filled with evil, well, you're basically on the evil side, right? You're subscribed, you know, you're part of that hive mind. You know, people wonder, like, how is it, you know, like twins, or, you know, people can, you know, think about someone and then get a phone call from them, like, 5 minutes later and think, oh, well, that's really bizarre. Like, how is it? It's like we're on the same wavelength or something, yo. Well, yeah, that's how it works. Do you know what I mean? Like, and, you know, this is an interesting game, isn't it? Because people have to read each other, right? So you basically, you know, as Infiltration said, download complete, right? But obviously, you know, it's something I'm very fascinated with. It's something that I find, you know, I'm trying to develop my psycho powers, if that, you know, whatever. But anyway, I've been studying a lot of black magic and sorcery over the last few years. 2 years, pretty much, because I've been forced to, because this being who I am, and the fact that all this stuff exists to basically counteract me, I've had to be wise as a serpent, right? Be wise as the serpent, yes? Learning about tarot cards. Well, I've bought more stuff. I've actually learned more about black magic and sorcery, and just magic in general by just observing the world. I can, because of my very unique perspective on things, all I have to do is pay attention to what's going on in my own life, and then I could basically just look at the rest of the world and I can just see it's like everyone's trying to mimic me, or there's a lot of people who are just trying to be me. And I know that's very hard to understand. It just makes me sound, perhaps you're thinking, wow, this guy's just delusional, big-headed, right? Yeah, I do have a big head. I mean, look at it. It's huge. But anyway. But no. Once you understand magic and sorcery and how the world really works, and the movie The Matrix about Neo, and he looks at the computer code and he could see things that no one else sees. That's essentially what's happened to me. And that's the thing. The Matrix is actually a reflection of me. Just like Spider-Man, for instance, or Batman, or, all kinds of, these are all reflections of God. Because, this is the thing. People want to go and try and worship someone or something that's not God. But the fact is that people have no idea who they're really, do you know what I mean? Like, God created everything. How are you going to end up worshipping something that's not God? Think about it. I mean, think about Spider-Man, right? I mean, I don't shoot webs out of my wrists. But I do spend a hell of a lot of time on the World Wide Web. And what's a web? What does a spider do? He sits on a web, right? He climbs walls, all that stuff, right? Venom. Anyway, I'm doing some real shit talking today. Anyway, I'm gonna cancel this. Should I keep it? Sorry, I'm just talking to my wife. She's here. She's here with me. We're gonna talk about her at some point. I'm surrounded by spirits, by the way. They've become attached to this body. They're basically they would sort of clambered on top of me, just like, hi Gert, hi Jesus. My name's, yeah. Anyway. That is the situation. And, wow. I'm gonna be, the fact that I'm so unprofessional, people are gonna be like, wow. Wow, this guy's so unprofessional. This is like a comedy show. Let's watch it. This is just hilarious. Yeah, why not, right? People watch like horror movies and they're so bad they're good, right? So it doesn't, this is the thing. God doesn't fail. You can't beat God. God beats you. It's really simple. Like I could fart and it'd be better than anything you try. You know what I mean? Just nice. If you think you're gonna beat me, ain't gonna happen. Ain't gonna happen. Well, might beat me at Street Fighter, but that's about it. You see, Jesus, me, I came 2,000 years ago to bring life to people. Then I was crucified. And, you know, certain people were blessed. Those who followed Jesus were blessed. Right? And the whole world changed, right? Look at the world we live at today. Look, I'm looking at this camera, talking to you over the internet, right? I mean, where did all this stuff come from, yo? Where did it come from? Came from somewhere. You know, if God didn't give people the ability to speak, everyone would be going, oink, 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 oink. You know? Really. That's how it is. Humans wouldn't have just gone, oh yeah, I figured out how to speak all on my own. No, it doesn't work like that. That's not how it works. Everything people have came from God. God created everything. He can use things for good, use things for evil. He can use evil to bring about good. You know, that's the thing about evil, right? You know, it's like, you know, you have a child, you say, you know, you love the child and you say, please, you know, please behave, you know. I just, you know, don't want you to get in trouble, don't want anything bad to happen, you know, I just want the best for you because you're my son. But what do people, you know, all of it, what does a father do if so far into the future that, you know, that's not changed anything? Like, child's just like, nah, I do what I want, and I'm not going to listen to you. Well, what, you know, what's the father meant to do? You know, what's God meant to do? That's the point I'm just trying to get you to think, right? I just want people to think in terms of, and that's the thing, right? People these days, especially young people, they don't know anything about Jesus, God. They don't know about the Bible. They didn't bother to read. They just, you know, they just listen to rubbish. They hear a lot of rubbish. You know, they don't do their own investigation. So they end up with a very, you know, skewed opinion. You know, they get the wrong ideas and, you know, they don't know. God is love. My Father loves us, you know, He wants to save His children. He wants, you know, the whole point of this is love. It's not about hatred. None of it's about hatred. But unfortunately, the point of this world is, well, look, there's some very bad children, very, very, very bad children, who, some very bad people in this world, right? What are we supposed to, you know, what's God supposed to do about that? Just let them in heaven? Just be like, yeah, well, you can mess it all up and, you know, cause a load of problems? No. You know, I'm trying to put it as simply as possible, really. It's not rocket science, is it? People want to whinge and moan and say, why is there evil in the world and why do people suffer? That's the thing, because if people don't suffer, you don't change. You'll never change. With suffering, you're like, oh, you know, you have to appreciate what's good. It helps you appreciate what's good. and it makes you think. Otherwise, you would just be you wouldn't you would never go down that path to figure out what you're supposed to figure out. Well, anyway, you see my big strong arms there? Good. Okay, good. I'm glad. Gonna play some Street Fighter, and you're gonna see what kung fu expert I am. All right, what are we gonna do first then? I think I need a bit of a warm up. Just blow the dust off this dusty stick of mine. Yep. Okay, so let's roll.
Fighting round. Track versus special match.
Okay,
Unlock
so
special
you see my
versus
yeah.
practice.
Okay, so let's just do something.
Combo trial.
I was doing yeah. Let's just. Definitely smoke. I already wanted another cigarette.
Time to go crazy.
I would actually like to quit smoking, but I guess I'll do it in the future. I've only been smoking for like 23 years.
You're mine.
A long time.
Skyward. 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 Skyward.
Always good to have a bit of a warm up. Well, you know what they say about Jesus, right? They say his execution's bad. Right? See? I mean, look, right? Execution, right? What's an execution? Right? What's an execution? Okay, what's that? What's that? What does that say on the screen? It says cross up, right? Who is my cross? My cross. Who's my cross? Cross counter? No? Ring any bells? Does it ring any bells? Okay. Obviously, I have to use what's my chance?
I summon you, Great Desert Storm! Oh yeah! Coming in! Cyclone! Raging winds, come to me! Prepare
first thing in the morning, I need like 10 cigarettes before I feel normal. It's actually ridiculous. But, yeah, very expensive habit. And I'm spending like up to 100 quid a week probably on cigarettes. That's fair enough money. But yeah, Rashid, he's a fun character. Definitely, you know, I like characters that have shenanigans, right? He's got gimmicks. I like gimmicky characters a lot because it just, you know, I suppose it's, you know, it's the mega stack thing, right? It's overwhelming the opponent with all these emotions. But obviously I want to learn to play different characters because just to make myself a better player, really.
I summon you! Great Desert Storm! Mixer! I summon you! Great Desert Storm! I summon you! Great Desert Storm! I summon you! Great Desert Storm! Mixer! My turn! Skyward! Rashid attack! Come to me! Prepare for turbulence! 3, 2, 1, and picture perfect!
Yesterday I had an energy drink, took down a monster, some with a sugar, right? Afterwards I'm just so tired. Really, really tired. As soon as I finish drinking
Raging winds, come to me! Prepare for turbulence! 3, 2, 1, and picture perfect!
Anyway. So if I go to rankings, I can show you. So, okay, so in the UK, my Rashid is number 38, and then, which is not bad. I'm surprised actually there aren't more. I'm surprised I'm so high up the list, to be honest. But, if I look at my Dowson, I was 7th, but I'm like probably like 10th now or something, or 11th, or 12th. There we go. Yeah. So I'm master rank with Dowson. I haven't played him for ages though, at least like over a month. I did play Quiggy. Quiggy invited me to play some matches. And I told him, I was like, yeah, I haven't been playing it for like a month, or is it like a couple of weeks or something. So I was, you know, very rusty as soon as I got to play him. But yeah, anyway, do you know what I mean? I'm not going to say I'm better than Quiggy, obviously. No way. I mean, at this game, you know what I mean? But whatever. Monk C, Monk D, yeah, Monkey C, Monkey D. My old screen name used to be Space Monkey, spelled M-U-N-K-Y. Yeah, I just feel like I'm gonna get wrecked if I play ranked right now. If I'm being honest. Right, let me play. Let's do this one.
Old Town Market.
Oh shit.
The sidelines. Gotta make my own highlights. It's time to heat up for the fight of my life.
Just realised I've got a load of dirty mods on
It's
here.
my time. Bro, till I fall, boy. Give it my
Whoopsie. Yeah, I got some mods on. I was testing out the other day. Right, let's switch those. Wait, can I switch them off? How do I switch them? Wait, hang on a second. If I go to... Wait, is it? No, it's not going to be in there, is it? Oh. Oh, let's go in here. Okay. Oh yeah, you can't see it, can you? That's good. Okay. What have we got here? So we got... Yeah, switch that off. Switch that off. Switch that off. Okay. Good stuff. Okay. Is that? Yeah. Good stuff. Okay. Let's try again. Let's take a pause for a minute, shall we? Hey. Let's take a pause. Oh. You're gonna have to listen to a lot of me coughing, I'm afraid. It's just how it is. It might be annoying, but I apologize, but really it's the world's fault, because the world has done nothing but annoy the fucking shit out of me my entire life. And obviously, I mean, you just, my experience is unique. Let's just put it that way. Trust me, if you're, I'm Jesus, I've come back to this world, and all the demon-possessed people, which is almost everybody, by the way, almost everybody. So they're all surrounded by demons. Anyone who's been close to me is just mega demon-possessed, basically, or, they become that way. The more the time that they spend around me, the more demon-possessed they become, I think. It's a strange thing. It's a strange thing. I think, well, yeah. Anyway, I'm just ranting a little bit here. But basically, I'm a smoker. I've smoked. Yoga flame. Yoga fire. Right? Yoga blast. Yoga. Yoga, yoga, yoga. 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 Why does everyone like yoga? Like, everyone's like, they go to their yoga classes. Right, I've never done yoga. I do actually have a book on yoga, actually. I got a yoga mat. I thought, fuck it, why not? Let's do some yoga. But saying that, that's why I'm, anyway. But then, people have Pilates, right? Pilates? Is it Pilate? Is it Pilates? Who was it who executed Jesus? Who executed Jesus? Come on. Who was it? Who ordered it? Who allowed it? Yeah. We know who Pilate is, right? Pilate? He was like the Roman guy. He basically said to these, Pharisees, like, hey, who do you want to see crucified? There you go, right? Now, why would people be like, they're all, yeah, basically, what I'm trying to do is speak, and I'm trying to train people, I want people to listen to what I say, because you're going to start to connect dots between, I know it sounds ridiculous, and people do notice these little bizarre quirks about our language and things, right? They notice, that this is like they notice like it's like a glitch, but they don't recognize it for what it really is. They don't see all the glitches. They don't see everything. They don't see how it all connects together. They don't understand how it's all like a giant puzzle to be solved. And I suppose the thing is that because I'm Jesus, I'm the one who understands it. A lot of these things are written for me to understand. It's written. It's there for me to understand. It's there for me to know. For other people, they'd be like, "What? Well, that doesn't make any sense to me." Well, yeah, you're right. It's not written for you. God didn't write it for you. He wrote it for me. It's so I know. It's so I can take full advantage of everything. I'm the one who's the wizard here. I'm the one. I'm the magician. I'm the one who knows. I am the one. Plain and simple. And you can call me narcissistic, you can call me big-headed, you can call me delusional, but, would you say that to God? If you knew I was God, right? If you know what I mean? Sorry. Well, you know what I mean? Like, would you say it to God if you knew, okay, this person, or, if you knew you were talking to God, would you say it? Would you think that? Would you think that's okay? No. I mean, that's the thing, right? I mean, yes, anyone who claims they're Jesus is most likely a nut job, right? Most likely crazy, most likely demon possessed. Because there's so many of them, right? Think how many there are. Think how many there are. Like in that guy in Australia, right? There's a guy in Australia who claims to be Jesus, who's on the news, talks a lot of rubbish. I mean, he's like, oh yeah, I've come back to do it all over again. I'm just here to just, run my little club, and I can talk to people and they can worship me like I'm Jesus, and we're gonna, sit around a fire and say kumbaya, and that's it. That's all I came back for. That's all I came back for, people. I'm Jesus. No. That's not how it's supposed to go. I mean, first of all, Australia, we call that Aussie land, right? It's down under. Now, what does down under mean? Where's hell? Where do people depict hell as being? They depict it as being down under, right? Right? And what happened to Jesus? So, Jesus was crucified, and he went down to, forgive me for not knowing the exact wording, but went down to Hades for 3 days, 3 nights. Was it? Yeah. Like I said, I'm not terribly book smart. I mean, I could pick up a Bible. I've got some Bibles here. We can go through it word for word if you like. But honestly, if I don't know it word for word, well, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. It doesn't change a damn thing. Who I am. You'll never change who I am just because I forgot to read a page or something. You know what I mean? Like, funny. You could put me up against any theologian. We could argue about it all day long. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You could try to make me look like a fool. It doesn't matter. You can't beat me. Plain and simple. I am who I am. Yeah, it's a strange world we live in these days, isn't it? Wow. Yeah. I mean, how many people are saying, oh, but we thought Jesus was a black man. Well, look, so, the people out there thinking, yeah, but I thought Jesus was brown or black. So, well, if you hate me because I'm white, What does that say about you? You know, what do you want? What do you want from Jesus? You know? Like, you know, I could have turned up in a, you know what I mean? Like, who's to say I couldn't have turned up as a black person or a brown person or whatever? You know, like, what's your problem? What's your problem? At the end of the day, people reveal themselves for who they really are. You know, if you don't like me, you don't like me. We'll just leave it at that, right? And, you know, I'm not going to stop you. You know, if you want to be my friend, if you want to love me, you know, I'm not going to stop you. I'm not going to stop you. You know, I don't care if you're white, blue, green, pink, orange, brown, black, gay, trans. I don't care. I don't care. You know, I'm Jesus number 2. And all I'm asking is that you love me and you repent for your sinning and stop messing around. Put God first. Have some faith. Stop moaning, stop whinging, stop being, but I like the, I want, No, shut up. You know, you don't know what's going to happen in a week, a month, a year, 10 years, the end of this life, next life. You don't know. You don't know what's coming. You know, people place so much importance on meaningless things, or things that don't mean, you know, they shouldn't really be more important to you than God. You know, you're supposed to put God first. At the end of the day, God's testing everybody. God wants to know, do you love him or not? If you do, you do. If you don't, you don't. You know, I grew up in, I grew up in lots of different places, but my mum was a lesbian, and I spent many years living in Brighton. In fact, I lived there for 20 years, I suppose. Yeah, it's about 20 years, 19 years, 20 years. And I had I had a lot of gay friends, and I used to go clubbing all the time. I used to do all sorts of things I shouldn't have done, right? Like, I've done all sorts of crazy stuff in my life. And, you know, that was before I realised the truth. You know, I realised, and that's the thing, you know, like when I was 16, partying seemed like great fun. I had friends, you know, I used to DJ at parties and stuff like that, and whatever, you know. I had girlfriends, yeah, but, you know, I look back on the life that I've had and I just realised all the people I spent all that time with, you know, were they really my friends? Were they really people who loved me? Were they really people who cared about me? And I have to say no. Almost, I can't really think, you know, most of them have all shown that they don't care. They don't love me. When push comes, you know, it's just, and I think most people are just incapable of love. They only care about status, you know, being, you know, they have a group mentality, you know, they only, you know, they're scared to be friendless. They're scared to, you know, they don't want to be lonely. They're like, oh no, I don't want to be lonely. Oh, and you know, I'm like, well, you know, when important things need to be discussed. I mean, you can't just abandon what's right just to hold on to some crazy people. They probably don't love you, they don't care about you, you know? When it, you know, people fall on hard times, you know, who can you count on? You know, I mean, this is the thing, you know, this is the way the world is going. This is, you know, the Western world certainly is definitely feeling it more and more. And anyway, the thing is that people will be put through difficult times, because it's the way that people will begin to see just how unreliable, you know, like you can't, you know, people will have to suffer, and, you know, you'll be put through very difficult situations, and it will test all these so-called relationships you think you have with people. You'll realize that, then you have to really realize, you know, who is it you can count on? You know, that's just how it goes. I mean, I see some people, they go through some really hard times, and, you know, but they still never, ever come to, you know, they never figure out the truth. Like, how is that? You know, like for me, I got to the stage where I'm like, oh, you know, life's not worth living. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, what's the point just being miserable day in, day out, to be told that, you know, and I know, like, my future is just looks worse and worse by the minute. It's like, how the hell am I supposed to keep my head above water and not drown in this, you know? But, and I was always curious, you know, ever since I was a little kid. You know, my mum used to let me watch X-Files from like the age of about 4 or 5, I think. You know, I always had a fascination with UFOs and aliens and stuff. And, you know, the idea of God, you know, I used to ask my mum when I was a little kid, I say, you know, and she's like, oh, I don't believe in God. You know, God's not real. And, you know, for me, it's sort of, it kind of like, you know, I didn't like the sound of that, really, I'll be honest. Like, you know, the idea of God not existing kind of seemed a bit scary. It's like, well, if God doesn't exist, then what happens when we die? You know, to a little kid, that's, yeah, anyway. Oh yeah, wow, I really am a waffler, I really go. Don't know, I can't even remember what I've spoken about in the last 10 minutes, it's hilarious. We were going to play some Street Fighter, weren't we? Right now, all you can see is this giant black screen and just me sitting at the bottom of it. Definitely not professional, is it? But anyway, whatever. Does it really matter? You can hear what I'm saying. You can see me. And to be quite honest, you know, I'm quite happy not doing the close-up, to be quite honest. I need, yeah, I need a bit of a makeover, I think, for whatever. Definitely need a haircut. I mean, I don't even go outside. You know, I do my shopping at like 10 o'clock at night. I'll just drive around to the supermarket, grab my stuff, come home. And, you know, I get out of bed, or I go to bed, any time of the day, any hour of the day. And it usually changes every single day. I seem to, you know, my sleeping pattern would suggest that the world, you know, the day is like 26, 28 hours long or something. But it's not, you know, anyway, I live a bit of a bonkers life. You know, I sit in this chair so much, I've got, you know, I'm getting like swelling in my feet. Definitely need to get out and get some exercise. But, yeah. definitely need to take better care of myself. But this is the thing, right? At the same time, I go outside, I encounter people I'd rather avoid, like the plague. You know, I don't do well in crowds anymore. You know, when I was younger, yeah. Nowadays, I just prefer to keep my distance from people. And that's the thing, right? It's complicated. You know, there's so much I can talk about. There's a lot of detail I could go into. I could talk and 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 talk. You know, to yeah, just endlessly. It's really hard for me to pick a subject, and it's really hard to know what to say to people. To a bunch of people that basically don't want to listen, really. They don't want to actually learn anything from me. They just want to listen just for the sake of trolling, for the most part. Well, got to start somewhere, right? Anyway, what should we do? I quite fancy another cup of tea, actually. Another cigarette. Maybe actually, I'll have a coffee. Bit low on milk. Maybe I should order a Starbucks then. That's another thing, right? Starbucks. Logos. What's logos? Logos. The word, right? Who is the word? It's me. I'm the word. I have a lot of names. Holy Spirit, Archangel Michael, the Word, Jesus. I've lived a lot of lives, actually. The name I was given in this life is Grant. Grant. Just in case you thought I said Brian. Because everyone seems to think I say Brian. I don't know why. They always go, oh, I thought you said your name's Brian. It's like, no, my name's Grant. Can you hear me? Are you deaf? Are you deaf? Who's Brian? Exactly. Oh, I know, right? Oh, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, that frickin' prick. Yeah. I'm a Barbie girl in my Barbie world. Oh yeah. Barbecue time, yeah, baby, yeah. Plastic. Oh, Barbie, Ken, where did your genitalia go? Did they vanish? Oh dear. Oh no, you can't. Oh yeah. Oh, how are you going to fornicate now? Imagine having to live eternity without. Do you know what I mean? Like, you were just like a Barbie doll, or like a Ken doll. There was nothing there. Oh no! What would you do? You'd go mad, wouldn't you? You see, this is the thing. Signs and wonders, you know? Like, God is talking to you through signs all the time. It's all there to be decoded. See, people don't see it at all. Most of it, you know. But really, it's there. It's right there in front of you all the time. You know, people should be seeing things and saying, you know, the idea should pop into your head and you should be like, yeah, ooh, yeah. You know, you should try to look at it through Yeah, this is the thing, right? Try to understand what God wants. Try to understand God. You know, like what's His. You know, why is But people don't try hard enough. People don't put the effort in. But then people are like, oh, when their relative dies or their loved one dies, they're like, oh, prayers, we're sure you're an angel in heaven now. It's like, what? It's like, no, that's wishful thinking. That's just wishful thinking. I'm sorry, but, maybe. But when you say that's just wishful thinking, really, it is, isn't it? How many people actually deserve to go to heaven? It's like almost nobody. I get people sin, right? I get people make mistakes. Yeah, I do. I'm a very forgiving person. I've always been a very forgiving person. People have treated me like crap my whole life, and and that's the thing. People make the mistake of thinking I'm a pushover. And then, what happens is, if you've ever seen that film with Adam Sandler, which is called Anger Management, right? He's a nice guy. He's a pushover. But what happens is he bottles up all his rage. His rage just builds and builds and builds and builds and builds and builds and builds. Suffers from, anxiety, all kinds of problems, and people just troll him and laugh at him, laugh in his face, day after day after day after day, and it gets to the point where he can't take it anymore. He just snaps. He's just like, "Fuck you! I'm like," That's essentially, that's happened to me a number of times, where people, and the thing is as well, right? Because people will think, oh yeah, he's just a pushover. He's never going to do anything, is he? He'll never do a damn thing. And then, and they let their guard down. They turn their back and they let their guard down. And then I'm like, I see the perfect opportunity to strike. And it's like, I got you, you bastard. You didn't see that one coming, did you? And everyone was like, oh, no fucking way, he didn't do that. No way he did that. Yeah, it's terrifying. Anyway, let's not go into that too much, shall we? I'm just thinking about a past experience. Let's not go there. There's no need for it. I don't need to. I'm enjoying blabbering here. I'm really enjoying blabbering here, but what am I gonna do? What am I gonna say? Like what? What do you want? What do you want Jesus to tell you? Like what do you want? I imagine most people would prefer not to just go to hell. Be condemned to bloody hell. You know what I mean? Like what? I'm just gonna make myself available so people can talk to me if they want to. They can send me post. They can send me a comment. They can troll me, or they can ask me a serious question about scripture, the Bible. Ask me to make a video about something. I don't know. Whatever, right? I'm just ask me whatever you want, as long as it's not violating any terms of service, right? I mean, whatever. I don't care. Anyway, I'll tell you one thing. I could really use a holiday. I was thinking about going to Alton Towers, actually. Maybe I'll go for Halloween. Maybe. Maybe. If we need to take a road trip at some point. Definitely need to drive my car more. It's very low mileage. I actually bought it brand new. £104,000. Bit of a shocker. Most expensive purchase I ever made in my life, I think. Well, something like that, yeah, probably. Anyway. It's great. I mean, I don't miss working because people have a very, people tend to get in my way. That's my experience in life. People always trying to get in my way. And, I kind of think to myself, like, okay, well, surely I'm not the only one who experiences this problem, but actually, my experience is very unique. The more I look into it and think about it, and, well, that is true. My experience is unique because, the demons basically just place one more obstacle in front of me again and again and again and again and again, right? If you're demon possessed, which is the case for 99% of people, I guess, probably, yeah, demons would be just like, well, whatever, we don't care about you. You're just a tool to them. You're not really the problem. I'm the problem to the demons. The demons are like, we hate you, Jesus. We don't want you to send us to hell. We want to make your life hell. Right? That's why my life is such a pain in the ass. That's why I have to, I'm constantly losing my mind with people. It's hard not to, I'll be honest. And people don't want to understand me. They don't want to hear me. They're just like, we hate you, you're a wanker. We don't like you. You don't belong here. Get out of here. Well, you're right, I don't belong here, really. But I am here. And you're just going to have to deal with it. Plain and simple. And actually, it's the other way around, really. Who created this world? Who does it really belong to? Really? Like, all the people who live here who don't deserve to live here, well, maybe it's time they were told to F off, right? Like, you go find your own place. You go create your own world and go live there, yeah? Off you go then. Wait, why not, right? Anyway, I'm just trying to help people recognize the situation for what it is. I just want people to recognize the situation for what it is. I think most people, they're just too caught up in, their lives, pleasure, some more pleasure, please, and a side dish of pleasure with it, please, yes, and pleasure for desserts, yes, and more pleasure. Oh, I don't want to do that, it's suffering. Well, there you go then, you know what I mean? That's just life. That's just people. I mean, I say that's life. I mean, I would say that's more death. That's what dead people do, right? They're like, I don't want to suffer. I'm not going to suffer for you. So many people could have helped me in my life if they just made that sacrifice, just to help me. Just like, please help me. And they're just like, Why you always gonna weigh me down? Huh? Why you just go away? Ugh. Ugh. And I'm like, I hate you, you bastard. Yeah, story of my life, story of my life. You're just a dead weight, Red. You're just a loser. You don't belong in the gene pool. It's not our fault you were born with bad genes. Oh, really? Really? Oh, you sure about that? Okay. You know, I was raised by, I hate to call her my mother, if I'm being honest, because all she ever did really was just throw money at me. She divorced my dad just before I was born. My dad had gambling problems, and to be quite honest, well, he totally let me down. I'm not gonna lie, he certainly did. His name's Charlie. Interesting name that, isn't it? Charlie. Oh, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Charlie. Who wants some Charlie? King Charles. You know King Charles? His birthday is the same as my birthday. 14th of November. Yeah. Let me teach you something quickly, right? Sony. So I got a Sony camera. The lens in this camera up here, yeah? That's got a Sony lens in it. So Sony PlayStation, right? Sony PlayStation. Okay, sounds a bit strange, right? Sony. Okay, so Sony is sun, Y, right? Sun, Y. Now, if you know anything about, so the letter Y is the 25th letter of the alphabet. And in numerology, 11 is 2. And 14 is 5. Right? So you end up with 2, 5. Or 5, 2, depending on which way you look at the date. So, what I'm saying is, it's sorcery. It's magic. You see, when you have a Sony product, and let's say you have a Sony camera, all kinds of magic, black magic, sorcery. I mean, even look at Panasonic cameras now. I mean, they literally use black, they call their product black magic. I mean, I'm not joking here. See, words do actually have magical powers. I'm called the Word. The Word, right? And that's the thing, the Bible is like a book of magic. Because the world is magic. Everything's, people are always doing rituals unconsciously. People say words. They don't know where their words come from. The words just come out of their mouth. Just like someone has to fart. You know what I mean? It's like, it's got to come out. It just, bloop, comes out. People don't know where their thoughts come from. How do you know where your thoughts come from? People have looked at the brain for how many years, right? They're like, well, we know it's this lump of thinking. It's like, do you know what I mean? What do people really know? What do people really know? They don't know. But we believe in the science, yo. We believe in the science. I'm a scientist. I'm a scientist. I like science. Yeah. Science is one of the things that helped me figure out the truth, to be honest. I used to listen to a guy called, what's his name? Oh, I can't remember his name now. Oh, it'll come back to me. He did a documentary. It's called Journey to Creation. Hugh Ross. Hugh Ross, that's his name, Hugh Ross. Yeah, I really like that guy. Funny guy. I remember he was doing a lecture and he cracked a joke. What was the joke he said? Oh, it's so funny. He talked about performing an experiment on his wife. I can't remember what it was. I can't remember what he said. I know these American Christians, they're all sort of like, nobody laughed. Nobody laughed. Not one person. In this huge crowd, and I'm just sitting at home laughing my ass off, thinking that's so funny. It was so funny. Anyway, whatever, right? The thing is, what I'm saying is that there's a lot of Christians out there who they're very, very serious. They're very, very serious. You know, I think, you know, when you read the Bible, and this is the thing, right, about language, is that you could interpret it in so many different ways. If you look at the Bible, it almost reads like a joke book, actually. You know, you always think of you always got like little kids giggling, they're like, hee hee hee, that's so funny, you know? They read it differently. They're like, oh yeah. But it's true. That's the thing about our language. You know, it all goes back to the story of the Tower of Babel, right? See, humans, they were trying to be like God. And so and obviously the point was made about their language and how it was confused, right? They were all confused about their language. And that's the thing. Our language is really confusing. I mean, you've got to have context, you've got to, you know, you could read it backwards and all sorts of stuff. I mean, just look, you know, let me give you some examples, right? You know, just looking at Street Fighter 6, right? People have a banner and it'll say something like, without equal. Without equal. So what does that mean? What does that really mean? I mean, I know what you're trying to imply by saying without equal, right? But what does that mean that you're good? It could mean that you're a pile of crap, for all I know. You know what I mean? Oh, well, you know, just as well, no one's equal to you, you're just a pile of crap then. Yeah. You know, and then there's another one that says, you know, I can't stop winning. Oh, right, so you can't stop winning. Well, what if I'm the one who's winning and you can't stop me? You know what I mean? Like, I'm winning, I'm the winner here. You know, you can't stop me. Is that what you mean? Is that what you're trying to say? You see what I'm saying? Like, our language is extremely, you know, like we think we understand, but actually it's very, very confusing. It's very confusing. And, you know, understand, yeah, and basically our language, the world we live in, is magic. I mean, you look at a tarot deck, right? You know, try to understand what is a tarot deck. So you see all these people doing tarot readings and they pull out the cards for themselves like, oh, I'm the emperor, or I'm the empress, or I'm a queen, I'm the king, I'm this, I'm that. You know, it's like, no, you're not. You're a piece of shit, is what you are. That's what you are. You're a twat. And you need to put that fucking thing down. You need to stop your bullshit. That's what you need to do. Yeah? Oh, you got the temperance card, did you? Oh, look at the temperance card. Oh, look, it's Saint Michael with his wings. He's got 1 foot in the water, 1 foot on the land. Yeah? And if you understand, what's it called again? Thoth Tarot, right? Thoth. Is it Thoth Tarot? The Aleister Crowley one. Whatever, right? You know, the temperance card is depicted as art. So see, there's a strong connection between Saint Michael, Michael the Archangel, who's me, Jesus, Holy Spirit, And art. So, you know, I'm magically connected to the word, because I am the word. Yeah, I'm art. You know, when people do music, they do art, they do, you know, books and stories and, you know, Lord of the Rings and, you know, all this stuff. I'm connected to all of it in some manner. Maybe not in the way that you would think, but I am connected to everything. Lord of the Rings. Now, how would I be connected to Lord of the Rings? Well, what's a ring? You know, you get married, right? Okay, so, and what, you know, so someone gets married, there's a ring involved usually, right? But there are, you know, there's, you know, ring can mean phone. Like, when you're going to ring somebody, right? You're going to, oh, I better ring that person, yeah? You know, and then also we can think of, you know, things that are shaped like a ring, right? People are obsessed. They're like, oh, look at that ring, yo. Oh yeah, that shit is tight, yo. That shit is tight. I think I've said too much, haven't I? Or have I? Ooh, okay, all right. So, I'm just trying to point out that, you know, we have words that have multiple meanings. And this is, you know, our language is confusing, you know. Think about syllables, sounds, you know. Do we have enough syllables and sounds and letters and words, you know, to describe everything? No. And that's the thing, it's like, our world is, you know, it's like kind of like a prison, you know. We're being restrained, chastised, I suppose, is that the word? Yeah, I think, yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? People are constantly trying to be God when they're not. And they don't, and most people aren't even conscious that they're doing it. They just do it because they're demon possessed. I mean, look at the fighting game community. They can't ever stop, they can't shut the hell up. They're like, godlike, 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 godlike. It's godlike, yo. Ooh, it's godlike. Ooh, oh, crazy up in here. Oh, it's God. Look, it's God. He pushed the button. He pushed the fucking button, yo. Are you nuts? Are you nuts? And, you know, like, I see Yipes, who's a commentator, right? He's there at Evolution, yeah? You know, Evolution, yo, that explains everything. Anyway, you know, and he's sitting there, he's got 2 crucifixes. He's wearing 2 crucifixes, right? So why do you need 2? Why would you wear 2 for? Right? And he's like, punk the God, yo, punk the God. Punk the God. You shut the fuck up. He's not God. He's just a guy who happens to be good at a computer game. That's it. You know, he can't start a tsunami. He can't start an earthquake that kills 50,000 people. Right? You hear what I'm saying? People don't want to listen to me. And when people don't listen to me, God gets very angry. And what happens, happens, I'm afraid. That's, you know, good people die, bad people die. People die. People, you know? Yeah. And people are supposed to be like, oh, that's terrible. I wish it wasn't that way. You know, people are supposed to change. Why won't people change? Why can't people change? They don't want to. Like, how many times? Like, how much stuff has to happen before people are like, okay, I'm going to change now? You know, what are people afraid of? Why do they have to hate God? Why do they have to hate people? You know, why can't people love? Why are people so afraid of love? You know, like, these are all very good questions that people should be asking themselves, really. I've tried my best with people, and excuse me, turbulent wind coming out. Right, you know, I've tried my best with people. I really have. And, you know, I'm beyond the point of, you know, do you know what I mean? Like, what more can I do for people? You know, just trying the same thing over and over again. You know, people call that, you know, trying to do the same thing and getting, you know, not getting the result that you want, but just trying the same thing over and over and over again. They say that's the definition of insanity, right? You know, if people have turned God into a psychopath because you won't listen to him, you know, he tries to love you, he tries to help you, he tries to bless you, he tries to give you what you need, like he's trying to help you. He's giving this all to you, you know, he's giving you, you know what I mean? What would you do? How would you turn out if you were in God's shoes? Would you turn into a psychopath, do you think? Would you blame him for becoming a psychopath? Or behaving like a psychopath? Think about it. Think about it. See, the thing is, you know, I used to read about, read the Old Testament. I'd hear about, you know, people being slaughtered, their animals, their children. And it's like, well, whoa, that's heavy. That is heavy. The thing is, the world tells us to think about things in a certain way. You know, and people get brainwashed. They get brainwashed, to be honest. And they obscure the truth, you know, they obfuscate the truth. They don't want you to understand. The world doesn't want you to know the truth, is basically what I'm trying to say. Things are complicated, right? Nothing's simple here, okay? Well, do you know what I mean? Like, God makes his decisions. You know, he has his reasons for doing the things that he does. Just because we do not understand everything, you know, like, we have to make allowance. We have to say, well, I don't understand it, but that's okay, because obviously I'm not that smart. You know, like, I'm not as smart as God. I'm not good. Well, I am good, basically, but I'm just saying, I'm putting myself in your shoes, right? The viewer's shoes. I'm trying to tell you this is how you should be going through in your head, right? You should be thinking, well, yeah, so there you go, right? But this is the thing. You know, there was a woman recently, she was killed by her dog. Or she was killed by a dog. I'm not sure if it was her dog. I think it might have been her dog. No, it was the dog walker. It was the dog walker. And the dog was called Shiva. Now, who's Shiva? I actually used to play, you know, I play Streets of Rage, right? I used to play a lot. I used to play every day. Streets of Rage 4. And all the old ones as well. I used to play Streets of Rage Remake, Streets of Rage 2. They're some of my favourite games, basically. I was totally obsessed with them. Shiva. Yeah, I used to play Shiva. Shiva is a god of destruction in Hinduism, right? Something like that, right? Yeah. Yeah. So you're going to call the dog a god of destruction. Whoops. Whoopsie daisy. Whoopsie daisy. Now we've got a dead person on your hands. You know, this is the thing. You don't know. You should be really careful how you use your words. You should be really careful what you say about things. You don't know what kind of, yeah, exactly. You don't understand magic, black magic, sorcery, all that stuff, right? You know, I apologize I don't have the perfect English to describe every single thing that I'm trying to explain, but, you know, you should get the idea of what I'm talking about here, right? You know, I'm looking at this the whole time. I'm just looking at myself on the screen. Isn't it weird? I'm like looking down at myself when I should be looking up at the camera, but hey, you know, yeah. Wow, I'm kind of chill right now. It feels so good to get this off my chest and get it into a video. I have no idea how long this video is, but bloody hell. I haven't even played any Street Fighter yet. Right, I'm gonna need a cup of tea soon. Yeah. Oh, cup of coffee. But yeah, people are very, very, very disrespectful, especially when it comes to God. And people think it's funny. It's not funny. Well, I suppose most people don't believe in God, and so when they talk, yeah, they just hate Christians, don't they? Let's be honest, they hate Christians. That's how they view it. They're like, oh, I hate, you know, Bible thumpers or whatever, right? Yeah. I mean, this is the thing. There's so many people. A lot of these people, they don't want to, you know, they don't want to suffer. They don't want to do what's right. They don't want to do what they've been asked to do. You know, there's a reason for everything. And the thing is like, how long is this life that you live? You know? Is it going to be, you know, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 years? It's not a lot of time. It's really not. That time can fly by so quickly. I mean, the last 15 years of my life have just flown past me. I can barely remember, you know what I mean? And people want to, you know, whinge and moan. It's like, you're being offered eternal salvation. You know, like, anyway, I mean, you think about it right now, okay? So we live in a world where, you know, all these people, they're all, you know, they're all fornicating, they're all doing vile things. You know, I'm looking at all these heterosexuals and I'm thinking, uh-oh. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe they should get a snip, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Maybe they should go for surgery. Maybe they should, oh, do you know what I mean? Like, I can think of some guys, they just, all they do is just look for, you know, they're just constantly looking for meat. Always looking for a piece of meat. Yeah, maybe they should become the piece of meat. You know what I'm saying? They're going to be the piece of meat. Wouldn't that be justice? Wouldn't that be funny? Can you imagine the smile that would put on my face? Thinking, yeah, that's what you deserve. That's what you deserve. It's funny. It's funny. It's like you and your ego. You think you're so cool. You think you're such a badass. You think you're so sexy. You think you're so good. God's gift to woman, apparently. You think you're God's gift to woman? Really? What a mistake to make, huh? You look at Andrew Tate. You know, I was telling you about my, St. Michael, the Temperance card, art, tarot, and how there's that connection, right? Well, what is Tate, right? The Tate Art Gallery in London, right? You think of Tate, so there's Tate and Lyle, which is like sugar or something, right? They're a brand. It's a logo. Logos, right? You got Tate Art, Andrew, right? I know an Andrew. My cousin is Andrew. He's King David, or he was King David. Doesn't even read the Bible, doesn't even believe in God. Can you believe it? King David's here. Jesus is here. King David's here. And King David doesn't even believe in God. How funny is that? Anyway, this is the thing, right? I see my reflections in the world. And I can see all the people that I've been friends with or close with or I've known. They get reflected too, because they're a part of my life. They were a part of my life. So I can see other people's reflections too. I can learn so much about the world. I can spy on people by just looking at the cinema screen or watching a TV program or watching YouTube videos. I know I can, because this is how magic the world is. This is how it works. I know how to read the code, basically. I'm not perfect at doing it yet. I'm still figuring out exactly how it works, but I know enough to say I know who I am. You know, I see my reflection more than anybody else's. And my whole life I felt strange. I always felt like bizarre, it's like, why do these strange things happen? Like, there's always these strange coincidences. And it's like, one strange coincidence after another. And I just knew there was like something behind the curtain. It's like, what's there? Like, there's something there. Like, how do I remember when I used to live in Brighton, and there's some amazing graffiti in Brighton. And that's an interesting thing, graffiti. See, I'm called Grant, and my mother, who died 2 years ago, her name was Fee. So I'm Gra, she's Fee, T, graffiti, right? It's all, anyway, it's art, right? Here we go. But anyway, what was I talking about? Yeah, there was graffiti in my road. And it was like, my whole brain was just like, my life experience at the time was just like, someone had taken it out of my brain and just plonked it on the wall at the end of my street in this enormous graffiti mural thing at the shop where I go to like every single day, my local off license. And it's basically an alien. He's got a cigarette in his hand, and he's in a suit, and he's got a frown on his face, and he just looks pissed off. And I'm like, that's, I remember seeing it for the first time, and I was just like, astounded. I was like, who's spying on me? Like, what's going on here? So that's really bizarre. That's really bizarre. And I think part of me is like, well, I don't want to get too big-headed here. Like, do you know what I mean? I think there's a part of me that's like, well, I'm not going to think that about myself. Like, I don't want to be big-headed. But the fact is there was the truth behind it all that I was supposed to notice. It were signs. It was like, this is just the magic of how things work in this world. Like, I'm like, if you understand the world is like, there's like the hive mind. Well, you're all connected to me. This is why everybody's mimicking me in some way or another. We just happen to be connected. This is the thing, like, there's nothing in the, all these people who are in the world, is like, people who want to think they're special, or, it's like, there's nothing, you're all just a part of me, basically. I have capacity for good, I have capacity for evil. I can do both. I just try to be good as much as I can. Yeah. Anyway. My house is a real mess. I really need to give it a clean. I've got gardening to do. I've got paperwork to sort out. But in the coming weeks, I'm going to be trying to stream. Probably like 4 or 5 days a week. Probably do like 6 hours a day. 4 to 6 hours a day, I think. Something like that. And I'm going to talk with people. And I imagine a lot of people are going to hear the name Jesus, and they're going to go nuts. They're going to be like, who the hell does this guy think he is? Let's troll him. Let's see if we can attack him somehow. Well, if I really am who I say I am, and all the things I'm saying are true, then you can expect some really, really crazy stuff to happen. And that's what's going to happen. And, this is going to bring about a new world, essentially. Things are going to change. I don't know how quickly it's going to happen. I don't know. But I'll tell you one thing. I'm going to be 36 years old soon. In November. Same day as King Charles. Right? Yeah. 666. The beast. The beast from the east. The dragon. The dragon. This is the thing, right? People read the Bible, they try to understand it, like, that doesn't make any sense. This is so contradictory, like, I don't understand it. It's like, well, you don't try hard enough. It's very, very powerful information. People who don't even believe in the Bible, atheists, they have no idea how their life is totally based, how much their life is influenced by Scripture. because of the words, their magical power, just how the world works, right? People are doing things. I mean, you think about, all these players who call themselves the Beast. What is it they're talking about? Why would they call themselves a beast? You're basically, are you calling yourself an animal? Or you think you're just a beast? Yeah, I'm a beast. I'm so good, yo. Well, what is it you're trying to say? And if you know, like the Book of Revelations, Book of Revelation, right? It talks about there being two beasts. There's one beast who has a wounded head. Now that wounded head can mean, maybe someone's hitting the head with a baseball bat, or maybe they were hitting the head with a brick, or maybe they have a mental disorder. Maybe they've been abused and they're traumatized. It basically just tells you there's a beast that comes up out of the sea, and there's a beast that comes up out of the earth. And anyway, people are constantly trying to fit themselves into my shoes, basically. That's what they're trying to do. People are always trying to fit themselves into my shoes. Or someone, the demons are at work. And because people choose not to be filled with the Holy Spirit, here's the point, right? Holy Spirit. Okay, so when I drink a bottle of whiskey, what am I drinking? I'm drinking Spirit, right? What's a whole? Yeah? What's whole? What's a whole? How do you spell the word whole? H-O-L-E. Whole E. Holy. Yeah, holy. You like whole? You like to be holy, do you? You're a holy man, are you? Oh, you're a holy man. Oh, I see. That's why you're so obsessed with the holes. Ah, now we understand. Yes, your obsession with the hole. See, you could choose to be filled with the Holy Spirit or filled with the Holy Spirit. You know what I'm saying? It's which side of the fence do you fall on? Huh? Which side of the fence did you fall on? Ah, I see. You're masquerading as the Holy Spirit. Okay then. So you're the one who's good, is it? Really? Really? You sure about that? It's funny how a man who sleeps with hundreds of women, right? People worship him. They're like, "Oh, you're so holy. You're so godlike. We think you're like a man who's God." All these people, they just worship you day in, day out. You're so special. And I come here and people are like, "Oh, you're not special. You're a loser." Bleh. Bleh. Yeah. But guess what? Guess who I am? It will make sense though, doesn't it? I'm like bait. You know what I mean? People see me and the evil just comes out. They're just like, the evil just seeps out of their pores. As soon as they encounter me, they're like, ugh, It's like, what's going on? The demon's got you. Demon got me. You know what I'm saying? I watch that channel sometimes, the Hodge Twins. Gotta give your life to Jesus. Gotta give your life to Jesus. You know what I mean? And they're just sitting there just talking about sex and all, do you know what I mean? It's like, what are these guys? I mean, they talk about going to church and being saved. Are you nuts? Are you crazy? Who are you trying to fool? Who are you trying to fool? Really? This is how many churches in America just have people just, you know, the only reason they go there is because they want to be blessed financially. Oh, I just want to be happy and wealthy. That's why I came to church. Yeah. What? What? What did Jesus say? He said, give up everything and follow me. Give up, you know, those who are not afraid to lose their lives will find it. And those who are afraid to lose their lives will lose it. Do you know what I'm saying? What is life? You know, people these days, they're like, oh, I want to live that life. That's the life to live, yeah. And they're thinking of, you know, flash cars, nice houses, lots of hanky-panky, right? Hanky-panky. I have to say, you know, I'm not quite sure what I can get away with saying, so, you know, I'm trying to pick my words wisely as much as I possibly can. But anyway, yeah. Whew. Yeah. I mean, you think about how many churches are just about the money. You know, they're not about suffering. They're not about, it's not just about suffering, but it's been prepared to suffer in the name of love. You know, like making sacrifices. The Western world wouldn't be what it is if people hadn't been taught, if people didn't know, if they didn't have that spirit of, you know what, I'm gonna make this sacrifice because it's gonna benefit people. It's gonna help the ones that I love, right? But you see groups of people where they're only selfish and they put themselves first, right? So if everyone, let's say everyone in the country said, oh, I want to put myself first. I'm not going to sacrifice myself for other people. I'm not going to make sacrifices so other people can benefit. But what happens? What does their situation end up looking like? Like crap. They got nowhere. They made no progress. Sorry, but that's the harsh truth. That's the truth. Those who follow Jesus are blessed. Jesus taught about love and sacrifice, basically, right? If I'm trying to condense it as much as I possibly can, you know, just off the top of my head, right? Well, yeah, I guess that is it. There you go. And people who don't do that, well, they, I suppose you could say, they suffer. Just in a different way, right? I mean, you can't really escape suffering in this world. You know, it's like you either pay now or you pay later. You know, you choose to pay now, you probably save a bit of money. You choose to pay later, it could end up costing you a lot more than, you know. You may end up, you know, forgetting to pay your bills. You know, the pay later con men basically say, well, you know, usury, you know, we want some interest. You didn't pay on time, we have to fine you. We're gonna have to add a little extra on onto the end, yeah. You know what I mean? Like, it's all there. It's all there. Like everything. Yeah, this is the thing. This is how you know God is real. You know, you can look at things, analyze things, And, it's like you look at the analogies, the parables, when it talk about trees and how trees, a good tree, will, yeah, bearing fruit, and you're talking about bad trees or diseased trees and how they have to be pruned, to save the tree. There are analogies for everything has a hidden puzzle behind it, and you can even extend that to computer games, AI, computers. People are like robots, right? We live in a world where people behave like robots. What is PC? What is PC? What is PC? For a man, I spent all my time in front of a PC. I was that was my career. PC, computers, networking, network protocols, pruning networks, right? Communicating, connecting. Yeah, all that stuff, right? Yeah. Yeah. So what is PC? Political correctness? Why has everyone gone politically correct, I wonder? Sure, these people aren't just demon-possessed robots? Here's another interesting thing, right? I'm male. You know what the Church of England is now saying? They say, we think it's problematic to say that God is a man, God is father, that God is male, right? We don't want to say that God is male. We want, maybe God is female. You've got Ariana Grande singing her song, God is a woman. God is a woman. Yeah, I've actually got a picture of me in drag, actually, somewhere. I could show you. I could show you. It's from when I was 16. It was about the time I lost my virginity. It was like the same week, actually. It was. Yeah, I was suspended from boarding school for smoking ganja. Yeah, just before I got kicked out. Well, I left boarding school and I went to school. I started going to college in Brighton, which was a complete disaster. But anyway, yeah. When I was 16 years old, I used to drink down at the gay bar because I knew I could always go in there. Like, the men would just welcome me in. They're like, hey, come on in. I'm like, yeah, so he's buying me a drink now. Lots of freebies for a young man. No questions asked. You know what I mean? Great, easy time. Well, certainly back then, anyway. So yeah, and obviously my mum was drinking down at the gay bar. So, I'd come home from college. She's like, oh, we're at the bar. So, okay, I jump off the bus. The bar is literally across from the bus stop. So, oh yeah, hi guys. Kiss, kiss. Fag, smoke some fags. Smoke some fags. Yeah. Isn't that what they say? They say, isn't it strange, isn't it? They call cigarettes fags, right? And I'm smoking the fag, burning the fag, right? Look, I grew up surrounded. Isn't that funny? And then you go down the gay bar and they're all listening to ABBA. ABBA, what does ABBA mean? Isn't that like the Aramaic word for father? Isn't that strange? Isn't that a little strange? And what was this, what is a rainbow, right? It's light. White light is, it's the components of white light. So, and you look at all the churches now, they've all got rainbow flags hanging outside them. Yeah, it's all very interesting, isn't it? It's all very interesting. And obviously, if you read the story of Noah and the archangel, right? Archangel. What is a rainbow? It's an arc. It's an arch. It's an arch-shaped thing, isn't it? And we were told, well, at the end of the world, there would be a bow in the sky. Now, what does bow mean? A bow can mean someone you fornicate with, or maybe it's a rainbow, or is it a bow and an arrow, or is it a... Anyway, I'm just going on, but you hear what I'm saying, right? If you've been listening, right? If you understand, you understand. If you got the ears to hear, eyes to see, you know what I mean? Listen, pay attention. Figure it out for yourself. It's a puzzle. Anyway, what was I on about? So yeah, I was going on about the fact that I was in drag. Yeah. So, and I remember, I didn't think anything of it really. I just did it. It was a fancy dress party, and the girls I was with and my mum, they decided they wanted to see me in drag, and I was like, alright, go on then. But anyway, the point I was going to make is, people are saying God is a woman, or, well, here's an interesting fact, right? I'm male, and I'm female, because my mom was called Fee. So I'm technically female. You get it? Funny joke, huh? No, but it's true though. And this is the thing, right? We've got all these things happening. Why do people get ideas? Where did these ideas come from, do you think? Why have people chosen to do certain things? It's a good question. It's a very good question. Who are you trying to be? Who do you want to be? Have you figured that out? It's worth thinking about, isn't it? It certainly is. Where do your thoughts come from? Is it from God? Is it of the Holy Spirit? Is it of good or is it of evil? What purpose do you serve? Who are you trying to be? Like, what do you want to be? Like, really? Anyway, it's a very touchy subject, isn't it? Yeah. At the end of the day, if people love me, they love me. If they hate me, they hate me. That's really the dividing line here. That's the dividing line. I don't hate someone. People think they know, but do they really know? What do people really know? people want to hate God because they think something. But what do they really think, and what's it based on? Like, what evidence do you have? It's like, yeah, but are you just drawing your own conclusion? And, or are you just listening to a bunch of people who, they drew their conclusion, and, oh, it's the general consensus that, yeah, but just because it's the general consensus doesn't mean it's the truth. Right? The thing is that, the problem is that people, if they don't put God first, if you don't love God, then, everything becomes, you're not, like, do you want to be used for the purposes of good or evil? Like, if you want to be used for the purpose of good, then you have to go to God first. You have to put God first. First, right? There's an order to things. You can't just hate God and expect your life to turn out the way to turn out well. When you realize, God actually exists. If you didn't put him first, then perhaps, well, yeah, I mean, everybody's, Anyway, look. I mean, the Bible never said that being gay was a... Yeah, what did it say? Okay, Jesus said marriage is between a man and a woman, right? That's what Jesus said, right? I'm pretty sure that's how it went. But what is that? What conclusion are people drawing? Like, I mean, think about it from God's perspective, right? I mean, if you're a shepherd, right? Let's say you're a farmer. Let's say you're a farmer, right? And you want to have loads of sheep. You want to have loads of sheep. How are you going to have those sheep? How are you going to make those sheep? You got to tell the sheep, like, look, I need you to be good little sheep. Can you just do this for me, please? Please. This is how we're going to run the farm for now. And then, maybe later on we can run the farm a little differently. Maybe. I'll tell you what, this world's certainly got a bit of a population crisis. Well, I suppose it depends where you live, I suppose, but some would argue that yes, there is a population crisis. And I mean, when you look at how much garbage there is, trash all over the place, it's not looking good, is it? It's getting a bit messy. Messy. Yeah, my house is a complete mess. Didn't they say, what? Messi, he's the greatest of all time. I don't watch football. I hate football, I'll be honest with you. It annoys the hell out of me. People are so obsessed with football. I wish they'd all shut the fuck up about football. Football, blah, 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 blah. Whatever. Like I said, I'm not a team player. Never was. Me and people, we don't get along usually. especially nowadays. Anyway, yeah, I'm just not interested in football. I used to play rugby when I was a kid, a little bit, not much. It was my cousins who were really into rugby, and I was trying to play rugby too. And anyway, I think I gave it up after a year. I stopped caring. I was never very sporty when I was a kid. I started smoking when I was 13, so. Anyways. The thing is, I've mixed with rich people, I've mixed with poor people, good people, bad people. Well, do you know what I mean? I've mixed with all kinds of people, basically, is what I'm saying. I've been here, I've been there. I've had white friends, I've had black friends, I've had brown friends, I've lived in London, I've lived in Brighton, I've lived in the West Country. I've been to international college. I went to boarding school, which is basically international there. It was like, lots of Asians, Chinese, Japanese, Indonesian, well, everybody, Indian, Pakistani, yeah. I've been, I've not lived in a cave, basically. Well, some people would say I live in a cave now, but hey, yeah, just another Neanderthal. Hey, you want to think I'm a Neanderthal? Whatever. I don't give a shit. Yeah. Anyway, people have said a hell of a lot worse things to me. I can take it. At the end of the day, you won't, people can say whatever they want to say about me. It ain't gonna change me. Ain't gonna change the situation. I hold the winning hand at the end of the day. So, you can't beat God. My father, he watches out for me, He's, he protects me. He guides me. He orders my footsteps. It really doesn't matter. I don't have to worry. I just wish that people would begin to realize what it is that I'm saying. Because the longer they hold off, the longer it takes them to realize it, the more bad stuff that's going to have to happen. In the meantime, things will just get worse and worse and worse. And, I'll just have to keep letting people know, like, hey, I'm here. I'm sitting here waiting for you to do what you need to do, basically. I grew up not having, I didn't really have that many friends. I never really had a best friend. I was always just part of a group, maybe, yeah, bit of, yeah. Anyway, I never thought I would find myself here. I never thought I would be the one being like, oh wow. But it kind of makes sense when you think about it. Like, my life has taught me to, it's taught me a lot of things. I've learned a lot of things. I'm not, you know, you think about a lot of guys out there, how arrogant and full of pride they are. How arrogant they are. How they expect to be worshipped by people. How they think they can mistreat other people and not be mistreated back. You know, like, people don't like to play fair. You know, people are like vampires, narcissistic vampires. They're just, they look for someone to prey on. Prey on. Isn't that an interesting phrase? Pray. Pray. I must pray. Sink my fangs into your neck and suck all the blood out of it. Like a leech, like a parasite. That was essentially the problem I had with my mother. She was evil. Very, very angry woman. Very angry. Men were afraid of her. Like she would just... And this is the thing, right? Back when I was about 8 years old, this was like mid-90s, she came to me one night, she says, "Grant, do you mind if I'm gay?" And I'm like, "No, I don't mind if you're gay. You know, like, whatever makes you happy, Mum." And obviously, she encountered some issues, you know, like family members like, "Oh, this is not right, you can't do this." And it caused a lot of problems for me because, you know, all I ever heard at school was people, they would say, "Oh, that's gay, oh, that," you know, all the gaylord jokes were always going around at school, right? And it really upset me, I'll be honest. Like, you know, I got in a few fights with kids. Like, I never told kids that my mum was gay or lesbian. I never told them. My mum specifically told me not to tell them. Because she's like, "Oh, it would just be, you know, people would just give you grief." But we live in a different world now, don't we? Where everyone, it's the other way around, really, isn't it? It's like, "Oh, you're heterosexual? Ooh. Oh, you're heterosexual. Ooh." It's pretty much the other way around. Well, it's kind of headed in that direction, isn't it? Sort of. But anyway, kinda. I've seen some strange examples of these sort of things happening anyway. But anyway, yeah. Oh, I need a drink. I'm starting to feel very lightheaded. Lightheaded. The light, it shines from my head. Lightheaded. Anyway, let me just grab a drink. Hang on. Oh. Right. Oh, okay. Here we go. So, oh, that's better. I really need that. This is the thing about me, like, I talk about magic and sorcery, right? So we all want to live on renewable energy these days. Everyone wants to have their solar panels. They all want to extract as much energy from the sun as possible. Isn't that interesting? You ever seen that film Sunshine? They say the sun is dying. We must get to the sun. We must get the bomb. Get the bomb to the sun. Explode the bomb at the sun. Yeah, take this massive nuclear weapon, this bomb, fly it to the sun, and explode it. And then the sun will come back to life. Yeah. see all these threats of nuclear war. I mean, this is the thing. This is how, when I tell you that I'm dangerous, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Like, you know, the President of the United States of America, he's got that suitcase with that red button. That button, right? Just go push the button. Push the button. What do you think God... Do you not think God is totally in control of it all? That's what I'm trying to explain to people. People don't understand the power of God. They don't. And it's a mistake not understanding it. You know, all these players, Street Fighter, all these game players who call themselves God. What a joke. What a joke. Who are you trying to fool? Who are you trying to fool? Unbelievable. It really is terrible. I've got a lot of explaining to do, haven't I? You know, for the last couple of years, I just sit in front of a computer, watching video after video after video. I went tarot reading crazy, listening to all these frickin' tarot readers. Bloody hell. These people, and all these spiritual, you know, all these Christian, prophetic messages that they do. They do all these prophetic videos. God says, God says, God says, God says this, God says that, God says this today, God says that. Send me some money, please. God said something. I'm here to tell you what God said. It's like, are you sure that's what God said, or is that just what you were saying? It's funny, isn't it? It's very funny. Do you know how much that stuff really annoys me? Do you know what kind of witchcraft that is that they're doing? You know, when I listen to tarot readers and they say, oh, we're doing a reading for Cancer or Sagittarius or Aries or this, you know, I was like, oh yes, I see, oh yeah, this card came out, this card, this, that, you know. It's like, I'm the Holy Spirit, right? How many of these messages, my story is being put on somebody else? That's what's happening a lot of the time. And I see these tarot readers and the cards they take out, and it's like I was watching Tyler Tarot the other day. I checked in on him for like the first time in like 2 months, 3 months or something. And he had 2 cards that came out. I'm trying to think what was it? It was the Magician card. Okay, so what's the Magician card? He's a guy who does sorcery. He's like a wizard or a witch or something, right? Magician. Next card, 6 of Swords. Right, what's the 6 of Swords? It's moving away from, it's a boat. It's people in a boat and they're going in a new direction. And how does he interpret those 2 cards, do you think? Does he interpret as, I should stop doing this shit? Why am I sitting here just flipping these cards all day long? Should I keep doing this? Or should I, it's all it's all about interpretation at the end of the day. Right? And that's the thing, also the thing about the Bible. It's written in such a way that people interpret it in different ways. You know, God made it all knowing people would interpret things differently. At the end of the day, everything's a test. We've got all these different religions. Talking about different gods, deities, titans and whatever, right? It's all a big test. That's the thing. I do like reading about Greek gods and well, that's the thing. The more it's all very complicated stuff for me to try to understand because how it relates to me. But that's the thing. Like, yeah, I mean, these it's just like people are obsessed with Marvel superhero films, right? They all show an aspect of God. There is some meaning behind them. And it's like, like Shiva, the god of destruction. Well, basically I am the god of destruction. I mean, there's Agni, the god of fire. I'm not well, read up on these things, but I'm telling you, do you know what I mean? Like, who do you think it represents? There's only one God. My Father in heaven. And, Jesus. So Father, Son, Holy Spirit. We're of the same essence. That's the best way I can explain it, really. My understanding is, well, that's the thing. I mean, what is outside of the universe? What is outside of space and time? How am I supposed to fully understand? How is anyone supposed to fully understand that in this world? I mean, maybe some things are just, it's difficult to comprehend, but we can't expect to understand everything precisely. Sometimes sometimes we just know what we need to know, and that's it. And I'm happy with that. I know now all I need to know to do whatever it is that I have to do right now. And if my Father needs me to understand things better later on, that's cool. That's just how it goes. Anyway, I'm so tired. I'm so tired. I'm exhausted. I really need I really wish I had some help with the house cleaning. It's so hard trying to keep up with all this stuff, and I've got a 3-bedroom house to keep clean, and got cooking and shopping and gardening. Got to look after my car. Car had issues after I bought it because the dealership I bought it from, bloody hell, what a nightmare they were. But most of my problems came, Anyway, the fact is the world is very good at creating problems for me, and very bad at helping me solve my problems. But ultimately, my misfortune is everyone else's misfortune. And that's what I'm here to explain, really. It's like, bad shit's going to happen to me? Well, it's going to happen to you too. And in fact, it's going to be worse for you than it is for me. That's basically how it's going. And, yeah, it's just, it's like water or air. Or, like you couldn't live without water. You couldn't live without air. you know, like, really, like, well, you know what I mean? Like, we are, you know, people can't survive without me. They'd like to, but they can't. You know? That's the thing, you can't, that's the thing about God, you can't get rid of God. If you get rid of God, you're getting rid of yourself. You know, that's just how it works. There's no way to change that. There's no way out of it. And that's the thing, right? Like, imagine all your friends that you had to force them to be your friends. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, you don't want to have friends they're only your friends because you forced them to be friends with you, right? You know, you'd rather, or you know, you would rather that it was based on love, right? Or your relationships were based on love. Wouldn't you? You wouldn't want to pay people to be your friend, would you? It's a bit lame, isn't it? A bit meaningless. You know, imagine if people only hung around you because you were rich or famous or something, right? And people, you know, people say it's awful. And this is the thing, right? That once people know who I am, you know what I mean, there's a point where, you know, I'm going to be living like a king. I'm going to be living like a god. Like God. You know what I mean? I'm going to be the richest, most powerful. I'm going to run everything. You know, I'll be living in mega mansions, probably. Have massive garages full of nice cars, all the money I could possibly want. I'm going to be living the dream that all the guys are like, oh, I wish I could be, you know, all these guys like, I don't know, Hugh Hefner or Dan Bilzerian or whoever, right? Yeah. Why can't Jesus be like that? Why can't God be like that? Huh? Who do you think you made it all for? Huh? Why would God create all these things that you all love so much just to take it all away and have it for himself? Anyway, you know, the thing is those who, I mean, you go listen to someone like John Piper, right? I listen to him a lot. He's really good. You know, I really enjoy listening to his sermons. He's a Calvinist. And, yeah, it's a very interesting word, that, Calvin. Because my surname is Salvin. Spelled with an S. Yeah. Grant Salvin. Anyway. Well, whatever. I don't give a shit. Let people know my name. Whatever. Anyway. I have about a million names anyway. Anyway. What are we talking about? Anyway, yeah, so John Piper, his sermons are great, you know. You listen to him, listen to how he talks. Listen to how he, you know, he understands what it is to live in the Spirit. You know, he has a very deep, powerful understanding of things, right? he's very, I really do encourage anyone to go listen to him. He seems like he seems like a great guy. But people like him, people who understand that, people who really do love God and put God first. Well, they deserve so much more than the average person. The average person, them compared to the average person is just, what's Jesus supposed to say to the average person? Like, yeah, no, you can just, yeah, you can come into heaven, why not? Go on in, mate. Go on in. On you go. You know what I mean? It's like, cheeky bastards. Anyway, I'm just, poking fun. But anyway, look. Yeah. No, the people who, I would really like to, I don't know exactly what's going to happen in the future. I can't say. My father knows. My father has his plans, right? But what happens, happens. And I know where, I know the general direction of where things are going. Anyway, I see all this, good Christians out there, and, it warms my heart. It does, to hear them. But at the same time, it's kind of hard because, I kind of feel like so many of them would reject me. So many of them would be like, "You're not Jesus," like, but at the same time, I kind of think, well, I'm not really here for them. I'm here. Well, right now, what is it I'm trying to accomplish? I'm trying to reach out to people who are lost. It's lost people who need to hear me. It's not them. If they're already followers of Jesus and they're all doing the right things and doing what's good, then what am I supposed to do? What do I need to do with them? Nothing. Or if they're just sinful, narcissistic people who go to church, who are there just for like money and happiness. They're not there for the right reasons, whatever. But they're not true followers of Jesus. Well, at the end of the day, they've got the book in front of them. If they can't read it, if they can't understand it, well, it's kind of on them. But for people who are lost, I mean, how many people are just like, they're born into a family that doesn't believe in God or hates God, godless, demon-possessed people, evil ways, just because, to a lot of people are like, how can you say that's evil though? How can you say that's evil? It's like, well, God said, don't lean on your own understanding, right? And that means you really need to really pay attention to what it is that you're doing. Be very careful what you're doing. Are you worshipping false idols? And you think of all these like movie stars and rock stars and people like Rihanna. She's a witch. I mean, all these people, most of them are, they're not just witches, they're very, very powerful witches. They are part of secret societies. They are well versed in witchcraft and the dark arts and rituals, and they do all kinds of stuff behind closed doors. And all they care about is power. Power. And most of them, they already know that God hates them. That they've gone against God. They want to be God. They want to replace God. They know what their future looks like. They know it well. They know, but they don't care. They don't care. And this is the thing, you know, like, yeah. Anyway, I could talk a lot about celebrities, but I'll save that for another day, I think, because that's just, you know, I could sit and talk for a long, 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 long time about that. Yoga fire. Yoga flame. Yeah. You notice the top UK Dowson player, he's called Father Stretch. Father Stretch. What does that mean? What's he stretching? What, he wants to be put on a stretcher, does he? Wants to find himself on a stretcher. This is the thing, right? Let's talk about me and why people hate me, right? Well, you know, people like Andrew Tate would be like, "Oh, well, you're just a loser. You're probably, you know, you're a soy boy." Here's the thing, right? What does soy mean? Okay, soy is the sauce that you put on, you know. Okay, I have a bit of soy sauce. Yeah. I'll be honest. I'm not someone who's obsessed with soy. But you know, I probably have it like maybe once a week, maybe once a fortnight, maybe once a month, something like that. But anyway, soy in Spanish means I am, right? It means I am. What did Jesus say? Jesus said, I am. Okay? How do you say I am in French? Je suis, right? What does je suis spell? Well, it basically spells Jesus, doesn't it? Yeah. Strange that, isn't it? Bizarre. You know, when people say things like, "Oh, I need to make my mind up." You need to make your mind up. What do you mean you need to make your mind up? What does that mean? What are you talking about? You should listen to the words that come out of your own mouth. Closely examine the things you say on a daily basis. You know, when you say things like, "Thanks for asking." What does that mean? Thanks for asking? Wait, hang on. What is it? What am I? Okay, yeah, that's just one example. Okay, what else have we got? Yeah. Anyway. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. You know, guys that, you know, oh, you know, and people talk about nailed and screwed, right? And you see the advert on TV, it says, no more nails, no more nails, no more nails, no more nails. Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. You know, people think, you know, they read the Bible and they think, wow, Jesus, he's so, you know, like, where's the sense of humor? Where's the, you know, like, you know, it's very serious, very serious. But where did you think sense of humor comes from? Where does it come from? You don't think God has a sense of humor? You know, when people think that yeah, you know, you got all these people that think, oh yeah, I'm so cool, I'm so badass. It's like, no, you don't beat God at that. God gave you that because he knew that you would fool yourself. You know, give someone enough rope, they'll end up hanging themselves, right? This is why they say, you know, like, this is why, you know, the poor are blessed and the rich are kind of cursed. I guess you could say they're blessed or cursed. Some people think, oh yeah, I'm rich, I'm blessed. Really? Well, I suppose you could view it as a blessing, or you could view it as a curse. You know, I went to school with some very, very rich people. I could say their kids, poof, they are cursed. They are so cursed. Wow, most of them. Because they don't know what it is to be poor. They don't know what it is to struggle in that sense. Oh, excuse me. But that's what I'm saying, right? You know, people are like, oh, I'm so good looking. I'm better looking than you. I'm blessed. Or whatever, right? You know, that's the thing. People, they lose their, you know, narcissism. Anyway. You know, people were told not to judge others. And to pray for their, and love their enemies, right? You don't see much of that in the world, really, do you? There's very little forgiveness people have for each other. I mean, you can see it. You can, you know, I mean, just switch on a television, listen to people speak. Who are the ones who are being forgiving? Who are the ones who are on the attack? That's all I got to say, right? It's right there in front of you. The people who are not forgiving, the people who are always on the attack, always looking for excuses, you know, people who want to play the victim, right? The fact is that this world has hated me since this world hates me, right? I have been a victim. Now, why is it there's so many people out there who are playing the victim? Why are so many people so, you know, like, I'm having a bad day, like, you know, you know, I need to go to the doctor. I think I'm having a mental breakdown. I'm not quite sure what it is. I just feel depressed. I just randomly feel depressed. I'm not quite sure why. Can't really put my finger on it, but I just feel sad for some reason. It's like, there are people who are sad, they don't even know why. Why do they feel sad? It's because of me. It's because I've been sad. I've been hurt, I've been abused, and they steal my thoughts. They're like, hey, I'm him. They think, no, you're not fucking me. You're not me. You're you, I'm me. Stop trying to be me. Anyway, this is the thing, right? I say the world mimics me, right? I hear, for instance, you know, I got my hearing problem. I had my ear infection, and I lost hearing in both my ears pretty much, almost completely. I was really struggling to hear. And, you know, I'm watching Evo, and, there was the joke about, speaking to the microphone. No one could hear anybody, no one could hear, I think it was L.I. Joe. There was the and then there was the Button Check channel, and he pretended to do have an audio problem in his video as a joke. Yeah, it was just stuff like that. And then I show Speed. He's got his head. Look, I see it every day, every single day. This is my experience, right? Here's another one, right? When Rashid got released, just before he got released, I joined a club on Street Fighter 6, and it was called Rashid Mains. And the owner of the group, of the club, their screen name was Lana Rhodes. Yeah, Lana Rhodes. Do you know who Lana Rhodes is? Well, I didn't know who she was. Well, I suppose I kind of knew who she was, but I didn't really know her that well. But, I suppose, that's how you look at it, I suppose. But yeah, don't judge me. You can't judge me. Do you know who I am? But anyway, I'm part of that group. And I see that name, Lana Rhodes. I'm like, okay, Lana Rhodes. And you know what? It was all over the newspapers, and they were saying that Rhodes in Greece was having all these wildfires. All these big fires. Hot, 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 hot. Yes, fire. Fire, fire, fire. Yeah. So then I'm like, oh yeah, road. Oh look, my microphone, it says road on it. Road. What's a road? What does it mean to ride? What is a road? What is a road? A ride. A road. Anyway. So I find out Lana Rhodes. I find out who she is. And I'm like, okay. That's her. Okay. Witchcraft. I have to be very careful who I associate myself with. I really do. Because the demons are, it's all, there's a lot of teamwork. There's a lot of teamwork involved with the demons. They all work together. Yeah, and I'm just me, basically. Well, it's not just me. Obviously, there are those who are on my side. Spirits, angels, who are on my side. My father. Right? So, there's spiritual warfare going on here. And, I might seem like an unlikely person to be, people may think, how the hell are you, Jesus? How are you, how can you make such claims? Well, it's true. I've known this for a few years now. The story I had before that, well, whew, it's definitely not a story I can talk about very easily. But I can tell you, I've seen things that let's just see. I don't want to say. I've seen an angel or a demon, one or the other. I saw things unbelievable, absolutely terrifying things that would make anyone scared to death, absolutely terrified. Wow. Really shocking stuff, really shocking stuff. Just unbelievably hard to understand. Like, just your eyes would pop out your head, probably. Anyway. But that's the thing, you know, I can sit and try and explain it to people, they'd just be like, whatever. You'll just make up any bollock story, won't you? Oh yeah, well, you know, anyone can say that about me, you know. At the end of the day, you know, I'm going to try to explain to people what magic is, sorcery. I'm trying to connect all the dots together for people so that ultimately they'll be able to test what I'm saying for themselves. So they can be like, oh yeah, oh I see what you're saying. Yeah, I can see kind of what he's talking about. Like, that is bizarre, isn't it? That is really strange. So how does he know this stuff? How does he have the eyes to see this stuff and ears to hear? Do you know what I mean? How does he know? Like, how does that, what? I don't know anyone else who knows this stuff. Like, how does he know? That's what I'm doing here. This is the whole point. I'm trying to open people's eyes and, you know, just trying to point stuff out to people. Because ultimately this is going to get us to a place where things get better, not worse. Well, it depends who you are, right? Oh, excuse me. Yeah. Sorry. Anyway. Right, I need another cigarette. It says here, don't let children breathe your smoke. Someone should have told my mother about that. Huh? Grew up in the house of a smoker as a kid. I remember, you know, I used to go running around the field and I'd be like, yeah, thanks, Mum. Well, she's not really a mum, you know what I mean? Like, who was she really? Just evil, basically. I mean, she was trying to do away with me. She really didn't want me. I mean, after I went to live in a council flat at the age of 19, you know, she was just leaving me to rot. She lied about me. She made up stories about me. She abused me. She would create situations. She would create the situation so she could shout her head off at me and berate me and treat me like trash. She hated my dad. And all she ever really saw when she looked at me was my dad. And she just had this sort of blind hatred for me, really. But she was very good at disguising it. She disguised herself as a loving mother. But in fact, it was the complete opposite. And no one cared. Everyone was like, your mother loves you, Grant. Your mother loves you. Look how spoiled you are, you spoiled little brat. And they don't know. They never knew what went on behind closed doors. They don't know the real truth. And it didn't matter what I said, my reputation had been tarnished. And my mum did a fantastic job of making sure my reputation was tarnished. And she destroyed every relationship I ever had with anybody. Evil bitch. And people, you know, I took her her remains, her ashes, I threw them in the dustbin. Yeah, that's how much I hated her. But she did leave me a nice bit of money, though. It was about $750,000. Not cash, but you know, in total, net assets, right? It's a nice amount of money, sure. But you know what? It's my father. My father, he's the one who looks after me. I was homeless for 2 weeks, not just a few years ago. My family, they really just happy to throw me, just throw me under the bus at every given opportunity, really. Anyway, you know, I work hard. I do. I admit that I have been a hard worker. I suppose I can be lazy sometimes. I mean, generally, I'm quite an ambitious person. I try to work as hard as I can. I try to be helpful. But, yeah, you know, I live in a world and people, they like to create problems for me. You know, they tread on my toes and I'm not allowed to complain. But if I tread on their toes, oh, how dare you? How dare you, you naughty little boy. Who the fuck do you think you are? Yeah, it's just my life in general. So, yeah. So you can imagine, I've had a life that has basically, up until this point, I've stored up a lot of anger and hatred. Well, yeah. I've gone through a lot of crap to get here. And as you can imagine, I'm well prepared for what's to come. You know, people have shown their true colors. And so when I have to sit and watch what happens to them, I guess I'm not going to feel too bad about it. Really. When I think about how much they hate me, and how much they would let me down, and how much they would ruin my life if given the chance. Yeah. You know, I mean, when I see terrible things happen to them, I'm just going to think to myself, well, really, it is for the best. You know, sometimes, you know, that's what happens, you know, like, you know, the evil has to be taken out of the equation, you know. Evil has to be, the bad stuff has to be removed. Sorry, you know, that's just how it is, you know. Justice. So, it's been a very long video. 3 hours and 10 minutes apparently. Yikes. See what I mean? I can just talk and talk and talk. You know, I wouldn't run out of things to talk about. I really wouldn't. I've sat for years, like some days I would get out of bed I'd go sit on my sofa, and my most common thing to do would be to switch the computer on. And I'd be sitting watching videos all day long and thinking and stuff. And some days I wouldn't even get to switch my computer on. I would just sit there for several hours just talking, thinking to myself. Well, I've always been someone who talks to themselves a lot. But really, I'm not talking to myself. Spirits hear me. My Father hears me. But I've always, my entire life, always done it. Always talked when I'm on my own. And people would say that's talking to myself, basically. But yeah, I just go on and on and on and on and on. I mean, this just comes naturally to me. I can just talk all day long, non-stop, like no one's here. Or like someone's, whatever. But still, recording these videos isn't going to be hard for me. It needs to come out. It has to. It's got to go somewhere. So, yeah, what do we talk about then? I suppose most people, they're like, well, God doesn't exist. So how do we solve that problem? How am I going to convince people that God does exist? Well, I suppose time and plenty of examples. But I mean, like I've been saying, right, all you have to do is look at everything around you. Look at the complexity of things. You read the Bible, you have to really analyze it. You have to understand just how complex it is. It's beyond human design. The more you analyze it on a really deep level, you just think, wow, like how could any human have put that together, unless it was God who put it together, like, I mean, yeah, you could argue that all religions were created by God. Well, yes, but yes, technically, yes, for various purposes, they all have a different purpose, and whatever that purpose is, that's what God chose, right? Some for good, some for bad, right? Whatever his plan was, it's obviously going to be very complex. It's not going to be like some simple little answer, right? It's very well thought out, and you know what I mean? It's got there's a reason for everything. Excuse me. Oh, bloody hell. Fucking hell. Anyway, that's the thing, right? I mean, here's the thing, right? Okay, wait, no, let me say it differently. Who is Lamb? Who is Lamb? Who is Lamb? Who is Lamb? Who is the Lamb of God? Who is described as the Lamb of God? Right, and what is Lamb? What is Lamb? Huh? And, okay, so is Lamb Mick? Who's Mick? McDonald's? My uncle's called Donald. My cousins. I had 2 cousins. I grew up with them when I was a little kid. So when my dad was barely, I saw him like once every fortnight, every 2 weeks. No, I'm not talking about the game Fortnite. I'm talking about every 2 weeks, right? I'd see my dad for maybe like a few hours. Charlie. And then my cousins, they had 2 parents, and their dad was called Donald. And obviously, we all go to McDonald's, right? I mean, obviously, I don't know, I'm Mick. I'm Michael, Archangel Michael. Jesus, Holy Spirit, God, I suppose. In a sense, however you want to look at it, I suppose. But ultimately, I'm basically like the most powerful person on planet Earth. In the universe, right? Inside of this universe, I'm the most, I'm God of this universe, in a sense, yes. I'm God within inside the universe. Make sense? That sort of makes sense to me. Anyway. What was I talking? All right. Okay. Oh yeah. So my uncle. He's not related to me. He's my uncle-in-law, I suppose you could say. Yeah. So they got a cat. He's got a cat called Boris. Boris. So Boris and Donald. It's funny that, isn't it? We were just like sitting there watching TV. It's like, oh yeah, Boris Johnson. Oh yeah, Donald Trump. Oh yeah, Donald Boris. It's like, the world just reflects. The world just reflects, and I'm just sitting there in awe and just like, wow. Like, they're just signs. Well, yeah, they're signs, and it's a reflection. I can't escape these reflections. I'm just constantly seeing them again and again and again and again and again. It's strange because I don't generally look in the mirror very often, except when I'm brushing my teeth. But yeah, the world is basically just like one giant mirror from my life. I've learned so much about people that I used to know by just studying their reflections. In the real, when I look at, movies, art, YouTubers, streamer, whatever, right? I can see their reflections. Now, it doesn't give me a precise understanding of who they are, or what they've done. I suppose it gives me an insight to like what they are spiritually. And I just see evil, and that they hate me. And they hate me. They want to be me. They're trying to steal my light. They want to be me. I've always been very kind to people, I would say, most of the time. Like, when I was younger, even before I started reading the Bible, like, I've always been, I would say I'm a fairly, friendly person. I've been a friendly person to most people. I don't walk up to someone in a bad, start saying things in a nasty way to them or anything like that. I'm just like, I'm a forgiving person. I give people opportunities. I don't go looking for trouble with people. But, people just laugh in my face. That's all they've done. They just think they can laugh at me. Well, in my face, behind my back. They just show me disrespect over and over again. Anyway, I mean, these people who've done me, they've done, so much wrong to me. They're in a hell of a lot of trouble. These people may not have known who I am. But this is the thing, right? What does it say in the Bible? It says about the Holy Spirit. It talks about blasphemy of God, blasphemy of Jesus, and blasphemy of the Holy Ghost, the Holy Spirit. Right? Now, what did it say specifically about, if you say anything bad about the Holy Spirit or the Holy Ghost, that's me. Yeah. So people are in serious shit if they're going to keep coming after me and saying bad about me and trying to treat me bad. It's not going to end well. Like I said, I'm a very forgiving person, but there's a lot of people who, they were warned. People come after me with no reason to. I mean, you see things like, what is it? The NPC meme. You know how many memes I look at them? It's just like, I know they're just taking the piss out of me. It's just the demons taking the piss out of me. They love it. They absolutely love it. You got all these guys, they're all going down the gym, they all want to get muscular and all this stuff, and I don't want to go. I probably would go to the gym, but the fact is that I just know people are arseholes, and will treat me like garbage, and they'll find ways to drive me insane, and I'll just regret being around them. I'm better off just doing my own thing, really. But yeah. People telling me stuff like, oh yeah, you're not a real man. I'm not a real man. What does real mean? Are you talking about movie reels? Are you talking about fishing reels? Or do you mean like real as in, like, real? Like, is it real or is it fake? You're not a real man. What do you mean I'm not a real man? Pretty sure I am. Well, you're going to tell God what a real man is and what a real woman is? Really? That's interesting. Well, anyway, the world's just full of narcissistic people. People who are rude. They don't care about other people's feelings. People just trample over my feelings all the time. They don't care about how it hurts. Do you know what I mean? When people look at me and they assume, they make so many assumptions about me, but they have no idea who I am, or how I think, or what I do. They have no bloody idea. And this is the thing I was trying to say earlier, right? This is why, all groups, like if I'm hanging out with rich people, they're like, oh, you're too much of a chav. Or if I hang out with the chavs, they're like, oh, you're too posh for us, Grant. Get out of here. If I hang out with gay people, they're like, oh, you're too straight. Or if I hang out with straight people, they're like, oh, you're too gay. You're too lefty for us, Grant. You're too right-wing for us. I mean, that's just basically how people treat me. They're like, you don't belong in our group. I don't belong in anybody's group. That's the thing, right? There's not a single group that I feel, I've never, people always trying to push me out. They're always trying to get rid of me. But you can't get rid of me. That's the thing. That's the funny thing. That's the, that's the funny thing about it all. And you think how many guys there are out there who are like me. They haven't got any friends. You know, they're total loners. You know, they feel totally uncomfortable in society. They suffer from anxiety, depression. You know, they're like traumatized. They're suicidal. Yikes. You know? Terrible. It's terrible. Well, this world's in for a hell of a shock. Is all I can say. Well, I could say a hell of a lot more, but you know what I'm saying. You know what I mean. This world is in for a very rude awakening. It's going to be so funny for me. It's going to feel great. Because after all the years of crap I've had to put up with, it's time for it to send it all back. To give it all back to people. And put it all on them. And say, hey, look, I did my best for you. You wanted to hate me without good reason. You know, you judged me. You know, you treated me like garbage. Look what you've done to me. Look what you've done to me. Think about what I could have been. You know, my mother used to give me drugs when I was a kid. Hard drugs. Yeah, well, she's dead now, isn't she? Yeah, I told my family, I was like, yeah, my mum's got loads of drug problems. You know, they never, ever, you know, they would blame me. They'd always say that I was the bad one. I was the bad one. My mother could do no wrong. But me, I could never do anything right. Funny how that works. But then again, my mum was the one who was the one with a well-paid job. And that's the thing, you know. My family, all they ever gave a shit about was the money. And the convenience of having someone who would have money. Someone they could borrow money from, or this or that, or whatever. They just do, you know, they tell me they're humanitarians. They're moral people. Blah, 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 blah. Total fucking hypocrites. Complete hypocrites. Complete bullshit. Liars. Don't deserve to breathe the air they breathe, to be honest. I've been given so many chances. I've tried and tried and tried and tried and tried. Nothing. Yeah. People hate me. You know, they just turn their nose up at me. They're just like, no, you belong somewhere else. Yeah, well, the situation is, you know, it's like that scene in Fight Club when, you know, Tyler Durden, he's holding a gun to the narrator's head, to Ed Norton, right? And he's like, the gun's not in your hand, it's in my hand. It's the other way around. It's not, you don't have the gun, I've got the, you know what I mean? It's the other way around, the shoe's on the other foot. It just took me a while to realise. What more can I say? What more can I say? Anyway. Yeah, it's terrible.
It's really terrible. Let me talk about something for a second. Oh, well, I was going to talk about I've lived many lives before. I've been trying to figure it out. So, I think my last life that I had before this one, I was Tsar Nicholas II of Russia. He was the king of Russia, Tsar of Russia, right? Yeah, a lot of people would say, yeah, there's very mixed opinions about him. That was me. I guess you could say I was Saint Nick. Isn't that Father Christmas? Yeah. Yeah, that's when Russia fell to communism. Yeah, Russia. And who's Russia fighting right now? Ukraine. UK. Reign. What is reign? What is a reign? When a king reigns, right? Or rain as in it falls from the sky, right? Rain. Ukraine. Okay. There's a puzzle for you. Go have a think about that one. Who else have I been? Well, let's go all the way back. I was Tutankhamun, King Leonidas, William Wallace, Horatio Nelson, and of course, Jesus. So how many lives is that then? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's 7 lives, isn't it? That's 7 lives. So you know what they say about cats? A cat has 9 lives, right? Cat has 9 lives. Well, I'm not sure if there are any others, but that's pretty much what I've figured out so far. I mean, it's so mind-boggling to me. It's like, how? Like, really? That's bonkers. It's like, surely my ego is just out of check right now. Like, how could I even imagine that was me? How? How could I, do you know what I mean? My ego, I just, part of me just like, nah, I can't accept it. Like, really? But believe me, like, I've been through it so many times, every day, sitting down, thinking about it again and again and again and again and again, day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year. Eventually it just sticks. And it's like, yeah, well, I could be wrong. May have got some detail wrong. But spirits around me, they help me. They help me figure these things out. It's not a perfect. Trying to communicate with spirits is. It's not the same as 2 people talking to one another. It's a bit more complicated than that. Let's just put it that way. It's kind of, it can get a little awkward sometimes. But we still communicate. I still have the ability to communicate with spirits and ask questions. And it's something I've been trying to get better at. And yeah, I think really, I don't need to worry so much, you know. I just need to get on with what I need to get on with, really. Whether I'm right or wrong about that, whether I was Tutankhamun or King Leonidas or Horatio Nelson, what does it change? What does it change, really? I know who I am. I know who I am. At the end of the day. I ultimately know that I'm extremely powerful and extremely important. And for a guy who just sits staring at a computer screen all day long, who most people think is a complete loner, a complete loser, and I just happen to be that powerful, it says a lot. Especially when I've seen things that I've seen. I've encountered demons, angels. I'm surrounded by angels and spirits all the time. I'm constantly decoding the world around me. I'm learning stuff every day. Yeah. You know, there's no doubt in my mind. There was, like, back when I was starting to figure it out. I felt like, how can I think I'm Jesus? That's like blasphemy. That's blaspheming. I can't believe that I'm Jesus. But I find as more time goes on, the more time that's elapsed, the more I'm like, okay, you know, first I'm an angel, and then I'm Archangel Michael, and then I'm Jesus, and then I'm like, do you know what I mean? Like, this, it just keeps moving in that direction. Like, no matter how much I question it, no matter how much I scratch my head about it, it's just, that's just the direction it heads in. So, you know, I can't run away. You know, I seek out the truth. I always seek out the truth. That's how this all started, really. You know, being a man who was in his mid-20s, basically, life was miserable, all this crazy stuff going on in the world, and, you know, I stopped going out so much. I didn't want to stop, you know. I decided to stay home more, play games more, watch YouTube more, and it all sort of just, you know, and I wanted to know the truth about the world. I wanted to know what was going on. You know, I felt confused about things. You know, I wanted to learn about, you know, God. I wanted to know more about, you know, what is really this world all about, the meaning of life. You know, I had all those sort of things on my mind, basically. You know, I was, you know, obviously it took me a long time to get around to certain things because, well, that's the thing. There's just so many things. I'm inundated with all kinds, you know what I mean? I've got like mountains and mountains of, you know, things to look at, to climb up, you know what I mean? It's just endless, and, you know, it's unbelievable the amount of stuff I've got to sift through to get to go where I want to go. And everyone's trying to get in my way. And unbeknownst to me, you know, I didn't know that all these demons were working together to get in my way all the time. So, you know, everything that was an inconvenience, I just thought, oh wow, another inconvenience. You know, I never really saw it as, you know, these are demons trying to get in my way. You know, I never really saw it from that perspective. I just thought, wow, I'm just having another bad day, just another bad day, just another bad day. But anyway, it's funny to think that these videos I'm doing will actually be very important videos, really. As ridiculous as, well, yeah. I mean, they are. I mean, this, you know, this is like, this is history, you know. I mean, this is like the most important, probably one of the most important videos ever been made in the history of the world. Funnily enough, it takes, you know what I mean? It's true. If I am who I say I am, of course it is. I mean, how could that not be true? If I am who I say I am. Anyway. What am I gonna do? Finish this drink, I think. So some people might be wondering, am I English? Or where am I from? My family were from Scotland. So I was born in Aberdeen, in Scotland. But I've lived in England my entire life, pretty much. So I was born in Scotland, but didn't live there very long. Family decided to move south, I suppose, because they thought, well, better weather, better jobs, better for raising a family, bloody blah. And it just went from there, really. Been living in England my entire life. So I guess you could call me a migrant, even though I'm called Grant. Yeah, I'm called Grant, and I'm a migrant. Yeah, because I migrated from Scotland to England. If you could call that migration or whatever, I suppose maybe you could. I mean, technically, Scotland and England are, I don't know, what are they? They are different countries, or the United, or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Let's not get into that bollocks. But anyway. Yeah, so England, doesn't it? England means angel land, doesn't it? That's what it means, angel land. And Britain means, I think it means rules with God. Yeah, it's something like that, isn't it? It's something like that. I used to live in, when I used to live in Brighton, I used to live on a street called Albion Street, which is the old name for England, isn't it? One place I used to live in London when I was a kid. I used to live at Royal Walk, Prince Charles Way. I've lived at some very interesting addresses over the years. Yeah, no, I mean, that's just how it works. It's all magic. Everything in my life is magic. Everything I touch turns to magic. It's ridiculous. It's funny as hell. Well, it can be. It's something. It's very trippy. It's very, very trippy. It's like my entire life is like one giant magic mushroom trip or something. You know what I mean? It's like, you know what I mean? It's like looking into a kaleidoscope, thinking, bloody hell. Or something like that. You know what I mean? It's just looking at things. It's just so bizarre. Like, you could only really, people don't have my perspective, but I suppose, doing these videos and telling you about these things, I'll be able to show you, because this is the thing, I'm the sun, and just like the sun is at the center of our galaxy, at the center of our solar system, the Earth rotates around the sun, right? It's not that the sun rotates around the Earth. The sun is at the center. And it's the Earth that rotates around the sun. You know when people always say, oh, you think you're the center of the universe, or you know what I mean? You think everything revolves around you, blah, 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 blah. Well, funnily enough, turns out everything does revolve around me. It really does. It really fucking does. It's funny, isn't it? And you can hear me sit here sweat. I do what I want. You people can't stop me from doing what I want. You people have all been doing what you want. Sleeping around, doing drugs, partying, having fun. But Jesus, oh no, he better put on his goody two-shoes. He better, you know what I mean? I showed everyone the way. Like, this is what you need to do, right? We all have capacity for good and evil. but you need to stop doing evil. Understand that evil is evil. Don't sin. I want you to find this good path. This is what you need to do, and here are the reasons. You want to go to heaven. You want to go to the Father after you die. Well, here's the path for you. Follow it. Don't lean on your own understanding. Put God first before your own wants and needs. Okay? If you put God first, God will look after you. God will help you. And people, most people get it wrong. So what's going to happen? I suppose a lot of people are probably wondering, so what's going to happen to all the people who've been naughty and bad and stuff like that? Well, I will say one thing. People have money. People have things that I like. Money, houses, cars, nice bodies. You know what I mean, right? I mean, the world loves all these things: sex, cars, houses, partying, friends, booze, nice holidays, being worshipped, being a star, all that stuff, right? Oh, maybe it's Jesus's, maybe it's my turn. Yeah? Maybe it's my turn to, yeah. Anyway, just saying. So, what's going to happen to all the bad people? Well, they're either going to change, or, well, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see, I suppose. But people who don't change, and they just continue to do evil, well, at the very, very least, they're going to have to be separated. They're going to have to be sent somewhere else. Where exactly, I don't know. Maybe we can find a separate country for them or something. They can live there. They can all hate each other. And, you know what I mean? They can all be miserable together. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But yeah, I mean, there's no chance of them ever getting to heaven. People who hate me, I mean, what's the reason for hating me? Is there any reason for hating me? Can you think of one? Why would anyone hate me? I mean, you might not like the way I look. You might not like the fact that I smoke, swear. But, who are you to judge me? What do you know about me? What do you know about my life and my experiences? How do you know that what I'm saying isn't true and that people constantly treat me like garbage? And that almost nobody has a nice thing to say to me. It's very, very rare. And I'm a very lonely, sad, well, I wouldn't say I'm that sad, but I've certainly, it's been it's been very difficult for me. All of this is, it's a healing process, right? I've had a terrible life, and justice is gonna help. This is, my father is, he's allowing me to do things this way, and it's gonna help. I'm gonna feel better. The world is gonna realize who I am, and they're gonna realize how much they've hurt me and how much wrong they've done to me. And they're going to have to, try and put things right. Right? it's terrible, you know. Oh, that's another thing. There was another life I forgot to mention. I was Merlin. Apparently. I find that one hard to believe. But yeah, I was Merlin. Apparently. Yeah, if you remember, there was that little boy called Arthur, who was murdered by his parents. Trying to think what his last. Oh, what was his last name? It'll come back to me. But, you know, his parents, it wasn't his parents, it was his his dad's girlfriend. And she gave him salt water, right? She would fill up the glasses with salt. And that's ultimately one of the reasons why he died, was because he had very high sodium levels. Well, my name is Grant Salvin. So the word is spelled S-A-L-V-I-N. So you think about that name, right? Salvin. Well, sal, salt, and vin, wine. You could, you know, also, you know, what is eye salve? So, you know, how did Jesus heal the blind man? Well, I think he like spat in the dirt, made an eye salve out of dirt and spit, and rubbed it in his eyes, right? That's me. Me. Right? It's magic. It's magic. Just because you don't understand how the magic works doesn't mean it's not real. Now, I couldn't, you know, walking on water, turning water into wine, you know, the 4,000, the fish and the loaves, right? You know, could I do that for you right now? No, I don't know how to do that. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of like, you know, like the scene in The Matrix where they're like, we need guns, we need lots of guns, and then like, you know, this whole armory they just sort of get transported into this giant armory, and it's got all the weapons. It's all that. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, well, what if, you know, I couldn't say exactly if we're inside of a computer. I don't know. Maybe we are. The fact that I'm always sat in front of a computer might suggest that we are in some kind of computer program. I'm not quite sure. I'm still sort of thinking about that one. I could ask the questions, but you know, the thing is, I can ask spirits, I can ask them a question, and they can try to tell me yes, no. But I have to figure out the right questions to ask. You see, this is why I say it's kind of complicated to talk with spirits, because really it's trying to get a yes or no answer, and also getting it without any interference. Because sometimes there's interference, and it can be hard to know what answer you're being given. But anyway, I'm just saying that the reality we live in, not entirely sure. But you got people like Elon Musk saying things like, oh, we live in a computer simulation and stuff like that. Well, whether that's true or not, you have to understand that, you know, there's a lot of witchcraft and sorcery going on. You know, we've got AI, we've got all these computer games, we've got, yeah. Oh, it really is crazy. It really is. It's very overwhelming. You know, it's like, I look at the latest computer game released, and it's just like, you know, I get people playing stuff like Path of Exile 2. It's like, who's 2? Who's 2? Who's an exile? What's this path you're following? Huh? Who are you trying to be? Or Skyrim, you know? Dragonborn. Dragonborn. You know, and he shouts the words, and the dragon is like, "Urgh!" You know what I mean? He slays the dragon. Well, you think about it, you know, I'm like a dragon. My mother, she was like a dragon. Slayed the dragon. Dragonborn. Right? Yeah. So basically, so I'm the apple tree. I'm the apple tree. You notice all these people, they've all got Apple computers and Apple iPhones and iPods and stuff. They're like, Apple, 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 Apple. I love my Apple. Yeah, I'm the apple tree. You know, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, right? So I'm still kind of figuring out exactly, but I mean, this is the thing, the story of the Garden of Eden, the tree, the snake, the apple, Adam and Eve, right? It can be interpreted and understood in many, many different ways, right? It teaches us all kinds of things. It's very complex. It's magic. It's like a magic story, I suppose. It's like an instruction set, you know, with computer programs, computer code, right? The computer program can only do what the code tells it to do. Well, that's kind of what Scripture is kind of like. But the thing is, you can obviously interpret, you know, it's like a program that can be executed in different ways. It's you know, it's like programming language in a sense. It's like code. But anyway, I'm the apple tree. And like I said, everyone's trying to mimic me. Everyone's trying to be me. What they're doing is they're taking the apple. They're trying to be me. They're trying to be me. They shouldn't be trying to be me. But they keep taking that apple. They keep going against God by taking what belongs to God, trying to be God. Essentially. That's one way you can look at it. But yeah. Yeah. You know what they say? Girls like a bad boy. You know, they all want a bad boy these days, don't they? They all like a bad boy. Funny that, huh? They don't want a good boy. Well, you know, Jesus is coming back for his bride. Right? So, when it's the end of the world and all the girls are like, oh no, I don't want a good boy, I want a bad boy. I want a bad boy. Yeah, why not? Right? Strange that, isn't it? Strange how the world just seems to be completely counter to what Jesus was 2,000 years ago. I'm like, I don't want that. I don't want that. Well, while everyone tries to pretend they're good. Funny that. Okay, I don't know when to stop this. I mean, you think about it, right? So you think about, there's a man out there. He doesn't love God. He hates God. He even wants to be God. and he just wants to, you know, have many women, right? Goes from one to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next. What if that woman was one of my wives? What if he found out that, you know, he's been sleeping with my wives? What then? What should I have done to that man, do you think? Do you know what I mean? Like, if you were in my shoes, what would you do? Would you, yeah, well, have a good long think about that one. Yeah. Isn't it funny though, isn't it? Like, so many women, you know, they would just treat me like I don't deserve to exist. Like, oh, why do you exist? Go away, you creep. You know, because I don't tick all their boxes, perhaps. What do you think is going to happen to them? I mean, they're basically just dissing me and just insulting me endlessly, non-stop. They wish I didn't exist. It's not very loving, is it? Can you understand why I have to be the devil? Can you understand why I'm the dragon? Basically, I'm the Grim Reaper. Jesus, the devil, the Grim Reaper, death. You know, people have, you know, I'm basically like, I'm like half alive, half dead. I'm half alive. You know, that's the thing, right? What's the symbol for half-life? It's lambda. Lambda. What does da mean? It means dad. Lambda. It's very interesting, that. I'm just introducing you to this puzzle, right? So it means lambda. So half-life is some, you know, you measure what with radiation, radioactive materials. You know, like you talk about its half-life to sort of measure its radioactivity, or how long it's radioactive for, or whatever, right? How long it takes to half the radioactive strength of it, or something like that, right? And obviously there's that. The game, Half-Life. I used to play it when I was a little kid. I still play. I played Black Mesa the other day. Completed that. No, actually, no, I didn't complete it. Actually, I almost completed it. I'm very close to the end of it. I just stopped playing because I've got about 20 million games. But I got stuck. I'll be honest. But yeah, it's like, you know, if you look at Gil, who's the Street Fighter boss in Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, using Street Fighter 5, he's half blue and he's half red, right? And he's got angel wings, right? He's like this sort of very god, you know, angel, archangel, I don't know. But anyway, and you know, he's half. And obviously in Batman, right, you got Two-Face, right? He's, you know, you see the light, dark side, you see the good side, evil side. Yeah, so that's basically what I am. You know, I'm like I'm basically just devil, Jesus, basically. I'm capable of love, and I'm capable of hate. Both. And the fact is, you know, people have treated me so badly, you know. It's like, I mean, that's the thing. That's what happens to people, you know, when they get, you know, what does it mean to be spiritually dead, right? What does that mean? A spiritually dead person is dead inside. They have no, you know, they gravitate towards evil. Well, they are evil. Like zombies, Walking Dead people. Isn't that funny? All these zombie films and zombie this, zombie that. You think about Resident Evil, right? It's all about these, you know, Raccoon City, you know, you have all these Walking Dead people. It's like they're alive, but they're dead. They're alive in some sense, but in another sense, they're dead. You see the symbolism? And then there's the T virus. There's the virus that kills everybody. It's all sorcery. It's all, you know, this is why, like, when you look back at, like, Back to the Future 2, and, you know, he had, like, the hoverboard and had the sneakers, you know, had those, you know, those oh, now you can buy them. And, you know, people say things like, how is it, like, you know, you watch The Simpsons from so long ago, and it's like, it depicts this, or it depicts that, or, you know, why is it we see a film from 20 years ago, and it's like, you know, things become reality, or stuff like that. It's like, well, there's a lot of sorcery and secret society stuff that goes on, but there's also a lot of magic. There's magic and signs, you know, it's real. It's not a joke. There's something really to it. It's just that people, they kind of, you know, people are like animals. That look in the mirror and they can't even see their own reflection. You know, like the animal would just think it's another animal it's looking at, and it will just, you know, get all aggressive and snarl at it, bark at it, try to fight it. And it's like, you're just looking at yourself, basically. How weird is that? Anyway. You know, I don't know how, yeah, sure, there are people out there, they get reflections too. Just like I do, but just not to the same degree, I suppose. I don't know. I'm not sure. It's hard to say, actually. Obviously, I'm not in other people's shoes, so. But that's the thing, right? It depends. You know, people say, oh, the Bible talks about giants. You know, my name, Grant, has, you know, if you take the letter R and you were to erase parts of it, you could make a letter I out of it. And I mention that because it's magic, it's sorcery. So the word giant is actually within the name Grant, technically speaking. You know, it's a very, that might seem silly when I explain it. But it's true. You know, it's like the name Calvin and Salvin. You know, a C can be pronounced as an S as well, right? It's you know, these are, you have to understand, it's like, there's like this sort of pipeline effect between these different things. And it's like, it transfers a sort of spiritual energy, I suppose, if that's the best way I can put it. Yeah. So yeah. So this video's gone on a really long time, and I know it's really messy and it's like all over the place. But to be honest, you know, 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, however long this goes. Do you know what I mean? I expect you to sit and watch this. I expect you to listen to it. Because what I'm saying is important. It's not a joke. It's important. And it should be eye-opening as well. Like, I'm not just talking nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. Anyway, I'm Jesus number 2. I'm a bit different. I suppose, you know, I know what it's like to be hated for all kinds of reasons. For being too posh, to being too poor, to being too camp, to being too toxic, masculine, you know what I mean? Whatever it is, you know, I've been labelled everything. People have labelled me almost everything. It doesn't matter what I do. I can never seem to do anything right by people. Everyone's got a bone to pick with me. You know, people can't just be like, oh well, he's not perfect, or you know, I'm imperfectly perfect. That's the thing about me, right? I'm imperfectly perfect. I'm perfectly designed for, well, I am who I am, right? I'm in the center. I'm just the middleman. The man in the middle. No, that's what they say. They say, well, Jesus wasn't created. Jesus is God and was always. Yeah, I mean that kind of just flies. You know, that's like, okay, that's what people. You know, that's what I hear. You know. You know, it's very difficult. It's very difficult to. Yeah, my brain has had to learn and understand a lot. And yeah, it's hard. It's hard, very hard. And I don't want to get it wrong. If I'm being honest, I really don't. I don't want to say, you know, I don't want to get it wrong. I want to get it right. Anyway. I spent a lot of money on this computer. I spent like 6-7 grand. Got this got a big desk, big screen, nice computer. Yeah. I have to say, I get bored of games quite easily. I mean, I play Street Fighter 6 all the time. It certainly holds my attention a lot, but I did want to play some other games too, but I think other games, I tend to get very bored of certain games. I mean, people play stuff like, they want to play Diablo. Oh yeah, isn't that the big game of the day? Diablo 4. Diablo IV. What's IV mean? Intravenous? Yeah? What's Diablo? Devil? Yeah? Oh, Diablo. Ah, yes. Yes. Well, yeah. I mean, look what's happening with Russia, China. the economy, you know, the global economy. Look at Africa, South Africa, Niger. What's going on in what's that other place? Ooh, so what's that other place? I can't remember now. And then you got all the flooding in India, Pakistan. Ooh. You know, it's really crazy. Like, when I know, I can sense when I'm responsible for something. Am I responsible for it? Or, well, it's all I know. What I'd really know is I'm massively connected to events. Earthquakes, hurricanes, plane crashes. I mean, it's not like I pushed a button and said, I want that to happen, doink, and it happens. It's not like that. It's like, you see, when these events happen, it grabs people's attention, right? It's a stealing. It's my light shining through that particular thing, right? It's my light, but it's shining through something else. And this is the thing, right? People don't pay attention to my light, but it's like people, they don't look at the sun, because if they were to look at the sun, it would hurt their eyes, right? It would really hurt their eyes. They'd be like, no, right? But everyone wants to look at the moon. They look up at night, they look at all the stars, all those tiny little stars, those little twinkles, and they look at the moon. And the moon is just a rock. It's a rock. And what does it reflect? You wouldn't even see the moon without the sun, would you? You just wouldn't see it. You wouldn't even know it was there, because you wouldn't even be alive. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. Nice. Oh. Okay. Anyway, I think what I'll do, I'm going to stop recording this, because I need to stop at some point, let's be honest. If it's going on and on and on and on and on. It's 4 hours and 20 minutes. I mean, that's a really long video. Yikes. I can just keep going and going and going. Anyways. It was funny, my dad, he's always had long hair and a beard, right? Tall, skinny guy with brown, long hair, brown beard. Very Jesus look, you know, what everyone would typically think of what Jesus looks like. You wonder why all those rock stars, right, in like the 80s, well, yeah, you know, you think about all these people, all these men, with their long hair, going for the Jesus look. It's funny that, isn't it? Why do they do that, do you think? Why do you think that? Why do you think they would do that? You know, I always thought to myself, you know, telling people, it's like, yo, I'm Jesus. So the first thought that probably ends is like, yeah, but your hair's short. Where's your beard at? Where's your white robe? Why don't you have a halo like on top of your head? Well, no, at the end of the day, you know, I explain to people who I am. It's a it's a complicated, you know, I'm trying to open people's eyes. Some people, their eyes will open and they will see what I'm talking about. And then that will lead to them, you know, that gives them an opportunity to move in the right direction. But a lot of people, they won't get it. A lot of people will be like, we hate you, you're a scum of the earth. Down with you. We wish you were dead. Go away. Well, you know, that's just how it's gonna go, really, isn't it? Let's be honest. You know, it's just people in this world who are they're just zombies. That's all they are. You know, they've got no good future. Their future is meh. Yeah. But, you know, that's just how it has to go. That's you know, that's just how it is. You know, I wish that, you know, I don't want to see people suffer unnecessarily, anything like that. You know, I don't. It's not something but at the same time, you know, and this is the thing about me, right? I'm always in sort of two minds about things, right? I think it's like the dead side of me and the living side of me. It's like, yeah, but, you know, because, yeah, it's you know, I can see it from both sides. I see it from both sides. You know, because you think, well, that person was a really horrible, nasty, vile, just terrible, terrible person. It's like, well, they got what they fucking deserved then, didn't they? Yeah, you can look at it from that perspective, and then from the other side you say, well, you know, like, yeah, well, fact is, yeah, you know, the day was, people were told that, you know, there's been a time and place for forgiveness, right? And obviously there's got to be a day of judgment. There's got to be a day of, you know, justice has to be, yeah, well, there you go. You know, would they rather live in a world that has no justice? Or would they rather live in a world that does have justice? You know, people, they're, you know, all upset about the government and, you know, politics and, you know, everyone wants to have different ideas about this and that and everything. And, you know, people dig their heels in and people have, you know, people hold on to, you know, have some strange ideas, you know, like, you know, it's like, you know, a lot of people would say, well, you're not a real man. You know, why don't you, you know, why don't you have bigger biceps? Or, you know, like, why do you smoke? Why, you know, why don't you do this? Why, you know, why don't you, you know, and it's like, well, you know, if people fail to understand me and my purpose, yeah, you know, why are people so quick to judge? You know, that's the problem. People always judge too quickly. They make horrible mistakes, and people are just stupid and short-sighted. Funny, because I'm literally short-sighted, but there you go. Yeah. Yeah. You know, people have been so mean to me unnecessarily. I mean, I haven't always been a pleasant person. You know, I have done some things that I feel bad about, if I'm being honest. But then, you know, in my past, I have been kind of bad to some people when I shouldn't have been. Although, it's questionable, right? Because at the end of the day, I am who I am. And, yeah, you know, everything's complicated, right? Things happen for reasons, you know? Like, you know, people ask the question, why does evil happen? Well, evil happens for many, many reasons. You know, there's not always a simple answer for that, right? But anyway, I try not to, you know, my past is my past, basically. Not going to let anyone pull me down. Nah, ain't happening. Fact is who are those people that may still have issues with me? You know what I mean? There's certain people that hate me. I don't owe them any kind of apology, as far as I'm concerned. Do they love Jesus or not? If they don't, well, like a fuck off. You know what I mean? Anyway. Yeah, I mean, I have no idea what's going to happen. How, you know, I couldn't say exactly. Just going to play it by ear. You know what I mean? Just get started. Let the channel grow. Let people come in. We can talk some shit. I'll probably have to put up with a lot of shit from people, I'm sure. And I'll manage. At the end of the day, you know, they can't beat me. You know, people who come after me to try and create problems for me are going to find themselves in a very, 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 very bad situation. You see, if they'd done it to somebody else instead of me, it wouldn't be so bad. But because people actually come after me, it says a lot. It says a lot purely because of who I am. They may not be conscious of who I am, but on a spiritual level, they know. You know, they spiritually, they've made themselves an enemy of God. They're actually choosing to attack me when I've not given them any reason to. Anyway, I don't expect everyone to believe me straight away. I mean, yeah, I mean, we'll try some stuff. We'll try some stuff. We'll see what happens, right? We'll play some games. We'll see what the world starts reflecting, right? I'm going to be studying the reflections. See what happens. And I'll obviously point these things out to people. I'm going to be like, well, check this out. Can you not see the connection between me and that thing that just happened? That everyone's talking about in the world. And I'll explain how it's connected. And, we just have to go from there. And just, yeah. Oh, isn't that the other thing? So there's that guy, LTG. He was praying for ISO speed the other day. That guy's such a prick. He really is. I have to admit, I do laugh at some of his. I do find some of his content amusing. It's funny to watch. He's so crap. He's so rubbish at Street Fighter 6. It's unbelievable. I'm quite shocked how bad he is. And he picks Marissa as well. Bloody hell. He's so rubbish. I wouldn't actually, I probably would money match him actually, if he wanted it. Who the hell does he think he is, wearing his stupid Covenant t-shirts? Covenant. What is a coven? What's a coven? A witch coven, right? It's like a group of witches, right? It's like a group of witches. Okay, and what's an ant? What's an ant? Well, it's a tiny little thing, isn't it? Tiny little thing. I'm a ant. Yeah. Grant. I say grant. People say grant. I say grant. Whatever. You know what they like to drink in England? They like to drink tea. Cup of tea? Would you like a cup of tea? What is tea? Who's Mr. T? What does a tea look like? Here's the tea. Oh, sorry, just hit my microphone. So here's a tea, right? See this? That's a tea, isn't it? See the cross? Yeah? Crucifix? What letter does that look like to you? Does that look like a T? You know what this cross says? It has the Serenity prayer on it. And it starts, God grant. It says, God grant me the wisdom. Wizard. Dominates? Yeah, I'm a wizard. I've actually got a staff over here, actually. Is that why everyone wants to be a manager these days, huh? They all want their... Oh, my stuff. Yeah, I'm Grant. God. Grant. You know, the funny thing is when I bought this crucifix, I genuinely, the prayer, I read it and I thought, oh, it's got my name on it, how weird. And I bought it, and and I read the prayer, and I thought, you know what, I like the prayer. It's sort of, it's grant me the serenity to know what I can change and what I can't.
I think my eyes, it's not enough light in here. Yeah, I definitely can't read that from here. But basically, you know, back then, I was in a very horrible situation. Very horrible. Whew. And I tell you what, life has been exhausting for me. Really exhausting. You know, I just feel like I'm gonna fall flat on the ground and just pass out. Just so, oh. I mean, look at my eyes. You see my eyes? You see my eyes? Here's the strange thing, right? So everyone's talking about global warming, and we need to get rid of the internal combustion engine, right? The internal combustion engine, ice. We need to get rid of the ice. 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 Oh no, the ice is disappearing. Isn't that bizarre? And you look at, you know, Greta Thunberg going around with the Extinction Rebellion, and you know they have that witchcraft symbol. It's like an hourglass. It's like it looks like a figure of 8 inside a circle. And if you look at it, it represents, you can get a 7 out of it and an 8. 87. 87's the year I was born. That's right. 987. It's like a Fibonacci number, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I've been rambling for a long time now, so anything else I want to add on to this? I don't know. I'm not sure. Not sure. You wouldn't believe how many tarot decks I have. I must have like, I've got so many oracle cards and tarot decks now, it's ridiculous. Over the last 2 years, I spent thousands of pounds on just like candles and incense, and you know, I've got crystals and crystal balls. Here's the thing, so let's talk about witchcraft, okay? So why would someone buy a crystal ball? You know, you got all these witches, right? And they all wanna, oh, I wanna be a witch, I wanna be a witch. And, you know, they buy themselves a crystal bull. So crystal, Christ, or bull. What does Baal mean? Bull, Baal. Baal means Lord, right? Anyway, all these people, they have to buy all these crystals, right? Christos, Cristal, Christ. You know, why do they buy this stuff? Why do they, you know, what is it they're doing? You see how it ties in with everything I'm saying? You see, if a regular guy, he buys himself a t-shirt that says Supreme on it, or it just says Jesus or God, you know, it's witchcraft. It's witchcraft, essentially. You're just putting a label on yourself. You see, and that's why people mimic me. The demons
go to their demon-possessed zombies, right? And they're like, oh, let's get him to mimic Jesus. Let's let him, we can get, you know, it's a energy stealing, power stealing thing. You know, why do you see when, I can't remember, was it Taylor Swift? I think I saw some video of it, and she was performing on stage, and it was like she was on fire or something like that. Like she was like burning bright like a star. Like, why the hell would they do that, do you think? Why would she do that? Why would she do that? Because she's a superstar. That's what you are. I want to be a star. I want to be a star. I want to be the center of attention. Look, you know, this is the thing. And John Piper, he put this so well, right? One of his sermons. And he's saying, God is supremely satisfied with himself. In other words, you could say, well, God's narcissistic, or God, you know, he thinks he's all that. God thinks he's all that. Well, he should. Should God not think he's better than all of the humans on this planet? Should he not? When he created them all? I mean, you know, and you think about all these tiny little pissant people, you know, all these tiny little people, and they want to think that they're good. They want to think that they're all that, they're all special, like they're God's gift to women or whatever it is, you know, they're the best. I'm the best at this, I'm the fastest, I'm the smartest, I'm the best in this. But at the end of the day, all that stuff, you know, you can think you're the best at this or that, or, you know, but really, you're nothing. And people who think like that, people who are very egotistical, very arrogant, you know, they don't praise God, they don't give God the credit, you know, they don't give God, they don't, you know, they don't do it for the glory of God, you know, then really, what's going to happen, do you think? You know, all these people who are so up in their own egos, you know, their egos are going to be absolutely shattered, destroyed. You think of how many people, guys in particular, right? Well, and women as well. Yeah. Just all people, you know, who they've got crazy egos. I mean, you took away that, if you just destroyed that ego of theirs, what would be left? It would be nothing. Nothing. There would be nobody there. They wouldn't even know who they were. They would just be like, you know? It'd be like someone who's been punched in the gut really hard and they're just lying there on the ground, just unable to breathe, thinking they're about to die. You know? So ridiculous. How many people are just constantly feeding their egos day in, day out. You know, they've always got to gloat and boast and think of themselves so highly and so special. Why do you think everyone's smoking weed? Why do you think everyone's getting stoned all the time, right? I want to get high, man. I want to get high. I'm so high right now. Yeah. Yeah. My brain's going places, yo. I'm so high right meow. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Really? No, seriously. I'm gonna fill myself with the Holy Spirit. Gluck, 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 gluck. I'm a pisshead. I do like a drink. I went through my whiskey phase for a while, actually. I was a total pisshead. I don't really drink very much at the moment. It's only a recent thing, really. I do kind of like, yeah. But I have to say, like, it's been nice to take a break from alcohol. Yeah, just for my health, you know what I mean? Like, but I do find, days get. I've been through so many stressful times. I feel like my blood pressure is just. I feel like my head's gonna explode. I just have to have like one drink just to like lower my blood pressure. I feel like I'm literally gonna just go ballistic. Yeah, and I've been drinking pretty heavy most of my life, actually. Yeah, I definitely went through a whiskey phase. I mean, I'd just sit on the sofa, I'd have a bottle of Jim Beam or something similar, bourbon, whiskey, single malts, blended whiskies. I'd get some nice whiskey sometimes. But yeah, no, I just swig it straight from the, I'd be like, oh yeah, pour a glass of, oh. And then the next thing, I'm just drinking it out of the bottle. I'm just swigging the bottle and just, and then I wake up the next day and it's like, oh, thumping headache. I'm like, oh, I don't want to do that again, but, they always talk about it. But anyway, yeah. I can understand addiction. I know addiction. I know how hard it is. I'm very aware that, people get stuck on things like drugs, alcohol, and I can sympathize, sure. But, I mean, this is the thing with everything, right? What's really important when you make decisions? It's your intention. Like, what is it? What are, why do people do things? What are their intentions? I mean, it's like, you see these videos online, like someone gives a sandwich to a homeless man or something like that, or, $500 to a homeless man, and then, they film it for YouTube and they put it on, and everyone's like, oh, you're such a nice person. Oh, you're so wonderful. I'm gonna like and comment and subscribe to your channel. Oh yeah. We worship you now. You're such a saint. Here, take some ad revenue. It's just an investment for them, isn't it, really? Let's be honest. They gave away $500, but, they made back, $5,000 on top of it. Do you know what I mean? It's like, so they actually gained, they didn't actually, do you know what I mean? Like, what would, people do this stuff all the time. People are always trying to show how virtuous they are. Oh, but I stand up for this and I stand up for that. I'm a virtuous person. I'm moral. I'm better than you. And I just look at these people and I think, wow, you're such a tosser. You're such, I see right through you. You're full of shit. People are, who are these people really on the inside? They're nothing like what they show on the outside. It's complete horse shit. They're just constantly trying to impress other people. And it's sickening. It's sickening. And the thing is, if people behave like that, then you're going to end up in a world where everyone's nuts, basically, because, you know, no one will speak the truth, and everyone is, you know, just saying what the group wants to hear, you know? So yeah, I mean, that's what's essentially happening in our society right now with all the censorship. It's like, you can't speak about this, you can't speak about that. You're going to tell God that he can't speak? Really? Well, what if God says, well, you're not going to let me speak, so, you know, well, there's going to be a plane crash tomorrow, and there's going to be a railway crash the day after, and then there's going to be some forest fires, and there's going to be an earthquake and a tsunami, and the economy's going to collapse, and there's going to be another pandemic as well. Yeah, sorry about that. You didn't want to hear what I had to say? You sure? I mean, we could listen to what I have to say, or maybe we could just do it the other way. You know, destroy your world. You know, it really is that. This is the situation. You know, I know it sounds very extreme, but this is how God has to operate. You know, this is the situation, and people really can make their, you know, yeah. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But you know, people are playing with fire. It's what they're doing. They're playing with fire, and you know, if they get burnt, well, poof. You know, whose fault is it? Really, you were warned not to do it, and you do it anyway. And you know, if you know, you create the tragedy, well, I'm sorry. You know, that's just what you did. Really. You know, I'm here to warn people of the consequences. And I'm just listing the consequences of their actions, really. I mean, this is set up so, you know, I don't have to do anything. All I have to do is warn people and say, this is the situation, make your choice. What's your choice? And then, based on what your choice is, well, then you can expect a certain outcome. And that's it. Really. Like I said, I can't lose, can I? Especially when that's the situation. Right? Makes sense to me. Anyway, I wonder what questions people are going to ask me. Well, I'm so tired. What day is it? Oh, it's Thursday. Yeah, my last job I did, I was working for a company called Hermes. I was working there during the pandemic, and I was collecting and delivering parcels from shops. Bloody hell, that was a hard job. Driving a 3.5 ton Luton van and just having to fill the thing up with parcels and unload the thing. I wouldn't believe how many parcels I had to move. Bloody hell. Most exercise I've had in a long time. Hurt my shoulder. I think I tore my shoulder muscle. Well, I definitely did. Definitely. Yeah. But anyway, there's something like, I've got sacks of parcels that weigh like, I don't know, 50, 60 kilos. Big bulky things. Having to move two at a time sometimes, like dragging them down the street to wherever I managed to park my van, like a mile away from the shop. Fucking unbelievable. And expecting us to get it all done by a certain time, you got to drive like a maniac to get that job done. I mean, the accidents and all the bad stuff that happened, unbelievable. Just people crashing, this, that, and everything. Luckily, I escaped any major incidents, so bloody hell. That was a very, very interesting job. Better than sitting in an office, though, all day long, with people that you hate. Well, people who hated me, really. Very immoral people. Very glad I just didn't want to go back to working in an office. Anyways. So yeah. It's a very crazy world we live in, isn't it? So much hate. So much hate. Yeah. There's a lot I could talk about. But I think, yeah. Yeah. Well. Alright, we'll leave it there. I need to take a piss. See you later. I'm going to do another video after this, I think. Play some Street Fighter. Right, see ya.